Hello, and oh crap, I didn't turn the VPN off. Can you confirm that it's running okay? Like, it might not need turning off. I don't want to.
It seems to be running smoothly. I haven't unmuted the sound, so I can't actually tell you if that's working.
Okay.
It seems to be working fine. I can hear myself quite well.
Alright, brilliant. Okay, hello, and welcome back to Assassin's Creed 2 for Assassin Sunday. I'm here with
Hello.
Dan. How you doing, Dan?
I am good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, pretty good. What is that? Did we have that cloak on before?
Yes, it's the Medici cloak.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And apparently we're notorious.
Yeah, just a bit. We've got
Notoriety.
yeah, just a little bit of notoriety as a treat.
Yes. Well, I needed some more wallpaper.
Oh,
Okay, so we have a couple of question marks, and by that I mean exclamation marks, to deal with, which are, of course, the main quest,
yep.
as opposed to all the other flashing icons on here, which are not the main quest and therefore not worth our attention.
Just sending the link to the Facebook chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Just climbing up some ladders, because that's what you do in Renaissance Venice.
Indeed.
Climb ladders.
And-
Okay, if memory's serving, one of these quests is sort of at the place we started, and another is further away. So I'm going to need you to
Alright, gotcha.
mark the nearer one on the map.
Will do. Alright. It would be this one, wouldn't it?
Which seems to be the place we started. So okay.
Okay. Because I was flagging last time, I brought some energy drinks with me.
What the devil are you doing over
A
here?
friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, recommended me this one. Green apple moose juice. I've never tried this. So.
Moose juice.
Yeah.
Green apple moose juice. That unfortunately makes it sound like it's gone through the moose.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, for some hives in some parts of the world, it does have to go through the moose before it's safe.
Moving like the wind.
For some hives, so it's just
Yeah. That's pretty good,
Ezio.
actually.
Yeah. And apparently, I continue my tradition of not being able to do parkour in a parkour-based game.
Accessories too. Things you
We have
know
fun.
you need.
Yes, we have fun. It's all mad.
Oh, it's still better than my the way by which I defeated Robert de Sable in Assassin's
Yeah.
Creed 1.
No, that's not it. I instead was doing March of the Gladiators, as which is this. Yeah, the theme that clowns walked in the circus was called March of the Gladiators.
Yeah. That it was created for gladiators, I'm given to understand.
Yeah, and then it just became the sort of associated with clowns and silly makeup.
Yeah. I wonder what the composer would think if he were alive to see that.
It's got to be better than the person who did the Nokia ringtone.
Really.
Rescuing my brothers was more than just an act of charity, Ezio. The men you freed will play a vital role in the weeks to come. Just ask for their help, and they'll join you.
People who
And
we
once I have my
rescued
little
from
band of
sectors,
thieves,
Send them towards a group of guards,
Now
and they'll
helping
create
them
a
again.
distraction.
opening the way for me.
Exactly.
Saves me from having to bloody my sword. I like it.
Exactly. Now I'll tell you what to do
Since
with them.
when have you had a problem
Antonio's
bloodying your
plan calls
sword,
for a bit of
Ezio?
deception. We're
Well,
to
they have to
imitate his
clean it
archers,
afterwards.
which means we'll need the armor that they wear. A shipment of the stuff has just been loaded into chests and now awaits delivery to Seta. Loot the chests and retrieve the outfits. When that's finished, I'll need you to fetch me a boat as well and bring it back here. We'll use it to move our men into the palazzo undetected.
Consider it done.
So we're going outfit shopping with Ezio Auditore.
That must be an experience.
Yes. What do we need? We need large shirts that open up, that women seem to love.
Yep.
Yeah.
No small amounts of leather.
No small amount of leather. Insane levels of cologne.
Yeah, frankly, gaseous levels of cologne.
Yes, being stereotypical and offensive at the same time. Yeah. So Ezio has the charm, and this is at the period in which having a bath, 4 baths a year is considered unusual. And it was so noticeable, in fact, that it was recorded so that we actually know Queen Elizabeth had.
Malmetto 2 is now following. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah. Yeah, and we now know that Elizabeth, thanks to records saved from the time, we know that Elizabeth I used to have 4 baths a year, and it was considered strange.
Yeah.
I am near where the chest supposedly is.
Nothing for you here,
Just where is the actual chest? Oh, is it murder time? Yes, it's murder time.
It's always murder time.
What is your problem? Did your woman not perform to your satisfaction? On him!
Hey, stop pushing me, I tried to murder you.
Leave it open!
Oh. Stop pushing me. Oh, that's a fair few guards.
Yes,
Die! Just be ready to strike when the time is
7
right.
now, I killed 1.
Yeah.
And actually only appears to be 6 there.
Get on, get it like you were told!
There's one that just couldn't be bothered to move forwards.
Get on his right side! Keep it easy!
Gotcha.
Get him up! Get him.
I'm getting better at the counter combat.
Only coward!
Hey.
Attack the way
I've
we
killed
go
4
down
of you.
this
Will
week!
you kindly keep off? Try to work out the level of swearing that is appropriate. That's what the war.
Just be ready to strike when the time is right. Around the side, now!
Oh, I don't have any rules against swearing.
For the church.
Yes, but it's before 9 o'clock, and we go by BBC rules. Well, we would be talking about Elizabeth.
Get him! Just be ready to strike when the time is right.
I don't think,
Our great hope. Her flames will soon decorate the piazza.
you know,
Our strike is no novice. We work together. Wait for it. Don't fall for balls of
You join us on this Assassin's Sunday, where we talk about the monarchs while playing as an assassin.
yep.
Who, in various games have actually dealt with various monarchs. Also,
how
that
would you
noble
like to go?
teleported in out of nowhere.
If I were to give my actual opinion on monarchy in front of my parents, I'd probably be argued with quite severely. Oh, there's another chest in that building. I think we
so
just killed 2 chests worth of guards in one sitting.
Yeah, this seems to be money chest rather than objective chest.
Oh,
Because the objectives are the blue ones.
sort of lost its luster a bit now that we have a ridiculous amount of florins.
Yes, but as we discovered last time, we do actually sort of need a large amount of florins, and I really need to look into a new controller, because this hesitation is annoying.
Yeah.
I also noticed on Hitman the amount I have to hold the left bumper in to actually run is ridiculous.
I take it you've had that one for a while.
This is the one I got with the PS4, which I got second hand.
Ah, I see.
Ah, look, another poster. I mean wallpaper. There, we are not notorious anymore. For 5 minutes. Because we have some murder to do. Oh, don't even have to go inside.
Nothing here for you.
Yes. See, pulling off the double assassination.
Armor broken. That's only the second time that's happened, I think.
It's the second time they screamed. I said it when I fell down earlier.
Oh, right.
Your wits about you, ragazzi.
It's more difficult with the hidden blade, isn't it?
Yeah. Fine, I'll just overwhelm you with a flurry of stabs with a blade that vile right should shatter for doing. And then I shall stab you many times in front of these women.
By the way, I tagged you on Twitter for the stream tweet. Hope you don't mind.
That's fine. Ooh, we were apparently short of throwing knife.
Ah, but no longer.
Yeah,
Those throwing knives are terribly efficient.
Yes, I say, that was it. Terribly deadly, aren't they? Yes. It makes me miss them in later games.
Oh, do they get rid of them?
Yeah, well, when you're playing sort of like as, well, as an ancient Greek, you don't really get the throwing knives as such. Or the, yeah. Or as a Viking, it doesn't seem particularly Viking.
No.
So you
no.
do get axes.
Oh yeah, axes.
Must have had it coming,
Yeah,
I suppose.
which is an ability rather than equipment. So
That-
you can you
sorry.
have unlimited numbers of axes you can throw as long as you've got the adrenaline for it.
Oh, that's brilliant. That reminds me for some reason, do you know when the trailers for Lord of the Rings were first happening, and it showed that bit, you have my sword, and you have my bow, and my axe.
For every occasion.
10-year-old me thought they were literally just giving him their weapons and sending him on his way.
Yeah, that is the meme, isn't it? So, I think we're gonna have to visit the Plague Doctor quickly, just to,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Visit the Plague Doctor, yeah, just to heal.
Yeah, and we've got a codex page there because it was on the way.
I think we've got plenty of medicine.
What a stench!
Yeah, it's just
Everybody go.
keep it all sort of like while he's here.
Okay, just a second. Alright,
Of course, I
Heal
can't
now.
do while you drink. Yeah,
okay. What? Why isn't this responding?
not responding to me either. Is your controller on?
It is definitely, yes. Huh.
Welcome to new levels of technical difficulty with me, Dan, and Ollie.
Yeah. I mean, the console hasn't crashed.
Yeah, no, okay, I should have just gone with the medicine.
No, this should not be happening. And... hold on. I will try, I'll try ending the share play and inviting you back after.
Yeah,
See if that helps.
that seems to be the only sort of option we have.
Okay, that did help. I have no idea why. But, that's never happened before. You weren't talking about Rings of Power, were you? No, I haven't seen that yet, though I am planning to. Right, let's see if we have need of supplies. A single medicine. And, sorry, now I'll invite you back. I don't know why that became...
Hopefully we don't need to do that every time we go to a shop now.
No, That's only ever happened the once, so we shouldn't. Okay, you're invited, and the game is active.
Yes, I intend to watch Ring of Power, but I'm waiting until more of it is out, just so to do it in sort of like a single
Binge.
sitting, and as sort of Lord of the Rings should be done, in whatever incarnation it's in. It's like, yes, there's the Lord of the Rings thing on. I must immediately watch everything even tangentially connected to this version of it.
Yeah. The buzz around it has been surprisingly positive, actually. Like, given that they didn't have the rights to anything apart from Lord of the Rings, if that was true, I don't know. I haven't really followed it very closely.
Yeah, no,
That is one guarded chest.
the thing is, it only looked like there were 4 and then it's just, no, there's 4 guards hiding behind the pillar. And the other 2 guards have just turned up as well.
Yeah.
Karate! Your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberry.
Jack is saying he can hardly hear you, and I can hear you very well, so I don't know why that is.
Yeah, sort of like when I was testing stream earlier, I could hear myself quite clearly.
Okay,
But at the moment, I can hear myself echoing through the Discord chat with Alt.
Yeah. Right, I am turning up the desktop audio so that you are hopefully better audible. Oh, Jack says that's better. Good, good.
Okay.
Is everything running okay, Jack? I forgot to turn the VPN off, but I'm only gonna... but I don't want to interrupt the connection and end the stream. So as long as it's running smoothly, I won't. So, any frame rate problems, any visual problems? Other than the fact that it's my ugly mug on screen.
We work together.
Everything
Okay,
looked
not-
like everything
Oh,
looked like
wait.
it's running smoothly. Oh no, he's running.
Yeah, and the camera angle just sort of changed. No, I don't want to pick up weapons. I don't want to push gently. I want to loot this bloody chest.
Oh. There we go.
Okay, and loot it. There seems to be a person. There's a carry option on it. Oh no.
Jack, you still
Okay.
there? I still need a report on how the stream looks. Guess not.
Powerless to stop him. Citizen, your city needs you now. Help us end his deadly reign.
Oh yeah, I meant to. According to Jack, yes, it looks fine and is heard fine.
Ah, excellent. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, but he was away for a moment.
Ah, I see.
Figures,
I think, to ask you the moment you leave.
I meant to mention it when I was talking to you about Mirage.
Yeah.
It's more of a return to sort of like these style Assassin's Creed games, as opposed to the newer ones.
I only played these style ones. The last one... You're welcome, Jolly Dead Voice. The last one I played all the way through, as I say, was Black Flag, which I'm looking forward to playing again. Because I like pirates. And we shall sing many shanties.
Yeah. Yo ho, we go towards the black flag. How can we go? Trying to remember the rest of it. I knew more of it last week than I do this week.
Anyways.
We rode beneath the black flag, of rollicking we go. We bleed the kingdom's stride.
There once was a ship that put to sea, the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. Wind blew up her bow, dipped down, and below me, bully boys blow. Speaking of pirates, you just missed the Pirates of the Caribbean reference. Did I? No, I got it. The Johnny Depp thing. Thank you.
You're welcome. You will remember this as the day you almost caught Ezio Auditore de Firenze.
Soon
Who-
may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Yes. Of course, sung with the much more sort of upbeat and sporty. Upbeat and sporty. Is it sporty? Probably not. The more upbeat tones of Jonathan Young and Caleb Haynes and all of that doing their take on it.
Yeah.
Ezio apparently cannot steer a boat.
Oh, no, I got it.
Oh, there's a little wobble.
Whoops, a little wobble there.
Oh, I hope we land on something soft. Fine, I'll aim for between General Melchard's ears.
Molto bene, Ezio. This is exactly what we needed. I'll let Antonio know you finished the job.
This is exactly. This is exactly what we needed. You, however, did kill a lot more people than was necessary.
Yeah. Well, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Yeah, so it's doing properly. The job doing in this game is worth murdering about 20 people to do it.
Yep.
And it's the basic premise of these games.
Yep.
As-
Village
as
nest
opposed-
full, 47,442 florins. Oh,
We
Oh,
didn't
no.
do we?
no,
Oh.
we didn't.
It's because we unlocked a fast travel point here.
Sorry?
We haven't unlocked a fast travel point here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why we didn't do it last time.
And I haven't touched the game since the last stream. So I
Well,
could have
we-
done... Yeah.
We'll be fine. It's only money. It's not like we're getting a small amount every time we do this. Right. Should probably visit a
Come,
blacksmith.
friends! I've
Indeed.
fresh caught leeches
Well,
today.
Okay.
Also, here's a plague doctor.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yep, this time it worked. Off-carry supplies, snap, full, alright.
You look stronger already.
Okay. So there's. The poster at ground level.
If something is hard to do, it's not worth doing.
Ah, yes. Hello there, Homer Simpson. Not available at the moment. Oh, goody.
Son, if something's hard to do, it's not worth doing. You know the joke is that is terrible advice.
Yes. I smell women, smell them in the air.
Oh, good lord. Lovely
Yeah.
ladies.
Yes. Right. 7 days at sea will make you hungry for a poke. Right. Oh, we're going into uncharted territory. No, I need to locate the synchronization point next to the women.
Which I'm sure is sheer coincidence and not Ezio just wanting to be near with.
Yes. This is really where I make a comment, but as it turned out, Ezio's great love was a man. But we know that's not true because we're playing his memories and it requires children.
Yeah.
Actually, that doesn't stop his great love being a man. It just means that at one point he got one of the many women pregnant.
Yeah. It just means he procreated at some point.
Yes. In which there is a bit in Odyssey that really annoyed people.
Ah, yeah, I
Yeah.
remember reading about this. The canon ending being,
Yeah, that you had kids.
yeah.
But a part of it was more of the fact that they called it the achievement was something like it was called something like Growing Up.
Oh God,
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah, at first. It's changed name since then.
I only
I think it's now something like Continuing the Bloodline.
I should think so too.
Yeah. It's just like you're playing in ancient Greece. You're always encouraged to go for the homosexual approach.
Yeah, the ancient
Especially-
Greeks were like mega gay.
Yeah. It's especially if you take the canon sort of like character, which is you play as Cassandra from the off. Because
Yeah.
the first romanceable option is the granddaughter of Odysseus.
Oh, wow.
Or as a descendant of Odysseus. So it's sort of like your first romance options are lesbionics.
Take a look.
Yeah.
I mean, for goodness sake, you can visit Lesbos and recruit a randomer called Sappho.
Oh wow.
my problem.
Yes.
Subtle. All right, blacksmith.
Yeah. Yes, if it will move forwards.
People die all the time, just like that. You could wake up dead tomorrow. Well, good night. Repair all.
Yes. Because I keep falling off of things.
I think we've got everything. Just worth checking.
Yeah, it seems very much so. Yeah, we were down one knife and one potion,
Yep.
and we're now up several florins.
Whatever I have done,
Aha!
Avalda.
He actually walked back to the starting area of this quest,
Haha.
which makes no sense whatsoever because it wasn't highlighted on anything.
Ah, Ezio. I was hoping you might return. I want your advice on something. Of course.
That face
No
and
one troubles
moustache
you.
combination is slightly unfortunate.
Emilio
Yeah.
has turned some of my
Makes it
own
look
men
like he's trying
against
to
me.
drink
Bribery and blackmail,
his porn
is it?
stash, but it's ended
Yes.
up looking
We
like
cannot strike until the traitors are dead.
Yeah.
They're still somewhere in this district, keeping tabs on us and reporting back to Emilio. Not for much longer, they're not.
well, traitors about, so I must stab people.
Identify and kill the traitorous thieves.
Or as a fair number of people would just call them, thieves.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a punt
I
and
find
say
it
that
funny that Ubisoft have several times said they'd never make an Assassin's Creed set in Japan, and then Ghost of Tsushima comes
I'm
out,
sorry.
is really good, and does very well.
Come, don't be shy.
Okay, there's Plague Doctor looking all plaguey and blue. Okay, I need to work out traitorous thieves in this, what I'm assuming is in the green area.
Yep. Eaglefish.
You have to show us some of your tricks, Sior.
Hang on. Get out of Eagle Vision, because I see a symbol I recognise.
Oh.
And it
I cannot
is.
do that. Not
A fast travel symbol.
Yes. So we go
Well-
back to the villa, collect.
Well, I'm also going to say I just spotted the thief in this area, so I'll deal with that thief first.
Yeah.
Because there's a gold one on this boat of red. Do not want to go underwater. It is a genuinely a fear of mine. It's just irrational. Like video games when you can go and swim under the ships, it really freaks me out for some reason.
Yeah, I know. I quite understand. I wouldn't say it freaks me out, but conceptually, it's very, very eerie.
Yeah, no, it makes the Yangtze quest in Fallout 4 very hard to do. Because I find it comfortable swimming to it.
Yeah. Like
It's
swim.
also not the brain that really gets freaked out by Milo. Sort of makes some sense. It's a shame, I really did like swimming for quite a while, but I haven't been able to do it in a fair amount of time.
That's okay.
I didn't get anywhere regular to go swimming, so And now I'm about twice the weight as last time I went swimming properly. I used to be able to do over 50 meters underwater without coming up for a breath.
That is impressive.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been able to do that. I was 18 last time I did it.
I go swimming a lot. The Nuffield Health gym that I go to locally has a pool. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a godsend in that heat wave.
Yes, you just sat a bit, I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, it was a temperature-controlled room. You would not have known there was a heat wave.
Yeah, the place I used to go, David Lloyd in Swindon, it's just, they had an indoor and outdoor pool, and there was about one wall separating them. Okay, so speak. Oh, bought the commitment if we fast travel. So we'll get this mission done and we'll we'll sort things out afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already lost nearly the same amount of florins that are in there. It's not going to really hurt us that much, and our little sister may appreciate actually having money.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. We're going, no, you can have money. It wasn't because I was stuck in Venice.
I seem to have annoyed you. I'll go.
Oh, look, I'm no longer notorious. And I didn't immediately have to murder a guy because he saw me taking it off.
Yeah. Oh.
I feel like I should have said an oh my then.
Oh my.
Yeah, and I don't have to murder a guy for taking it off.
Oh my.
Yeah,
It does look like... It did look like you could make that.
yeah, can I see? Well, this Eagle Vision has provided me with a lot of information. Let's try from here where there's actually a window at a sensible level for us. And go down to... We must go along to get... We must fight to run away.
Yeah. Indeed.
One of Jack Sparrow's best lines in that film.
Yeah. Excuse me. At World's End could have been really good if it didn't try to cram 3 films worth of world building into one.
Yes, if they'd done a bit more hint towards like Calypso
Yeah.
before it.
Like maybe one more film to set up the pirate court. And,
Yeah,
yeah.
would have been good.
You know, introduce the other lords.
Yeah, and then perhaps actually them going on the quest to save Barbossa as well.
Yeah.
Just give us more Barbossa. That's all we want, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, despite the fact that the next two are awful, they
Yeah.
have decent levels of Barbossa, so it's fine and acceptable.
Yeah.
That was the wrong button.
On him!
Oh. And that was our target, and ow! Let's use some medicine for once for making
Yeah.
mistake. Good thing I used the medicine, because we're very rapidly needing it.
Yeah.
The time has come, Guardian. You will get exactly what you deserve. You call yourselves men? My lord saw this you all under the next bond.
Although I really did boycott Beckett's arrogance in that film. Particularly, yeah, you can fight and all of you will die, or you can not fight, in which case only most of you will die.
Yeah, and of course every pirate that Lord's going to assume that he's going to be one of the ones, he or she are going to be one of the ones who doesn't die.
Yeah.
if they render quickly enough. Oh, for God's sake. Can't a man just murder some guards in private anymore?
I know. It's political correctness gone mad.
I feel I need to come up with some scathing insults and taunts that sound suitably Italian, but also feature sufficient levels of death puns for an assassin. Sort of like what Agent 47 has in Hitman.
Ah,
The name he uses, like when he has to give a name for various things, is Tobias Reaper.
Tobias Reaper.
Yeah, so he's a top assassin and he calls himself Reaper.
Ha!
Yeah, it's entertaining, the Hitman games. Like,
Yeah.
I'd have-
I haven't played them that much, but I do think they were a really fun concept. I cannot be summoned by some mongrel pup. Apparently you can. Like,
Oh yes, Davy Jones. Yeah, Beckett's ruthlessness of guessing Jones to also be the Kraken was also idiotic.
yeah, that
It's Joel Jones enough to have the Kraken doing your duty. You don't really need Jones himself to actually do anything.
no, you can just have him set the Kraken on your enemies.
Yes, but the Kraken, I suppose, is a bit of a hard beast to control, and it's all too possible that he could have used it against Beckett if he
Yeah.
hadn't paid attention.
Why are you here?
Oh,
Get down!
okay. Thank goodness for cheap medicine in this game.
I have a greater bargain for you all.
I'm
I
not.
wonder what would have happened if they'd actually shot the chest with those cannons. Like,
I assume the chest would have probably splintered enough and the heart would have been destroyed.
well, yeah, but what about the "he who stabs the heart must take its place"?
So one of them would have had to become the captain of the Dutchman, probably chosen at random by curse.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. Grazie.
Alas, Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End came at a time before we knew extended world building in a film environment was possible. Hello, MCU.
Yeah, let's be utterly honest. They did a fantastic job of sort of building up an entire world of Pirates of the Caribbean, considering it was based on a single ride at Disney.
Yeah, that's true.
They created 5 films of diminishing quality as it went on.
Yeah. The first
Yeah.
one is still the best one.
Oh yeah, because it's sort of like even though you've got undead pirates in it, it's still entirely believable.
Yeah.
Whereas sort of like the Dutchman and the Kraken and everything, it sort of pushes it, and then Pirates Cove, and as my dad and stepmother referred to it for a while, Giant Crab Lady.
There!
And, yeah, with Calypso.
Well, technically it existed in Star Wars before Pirates of the Caribbean came out. Yeah, it did. But studios weren't really confident in trying it before the MCU. The whole, like, sprawling world building through a long series of films thing.
I know I'm going the wrong way, and I know we don't really need the Florence, but by God, there's a Borgia thing going on.
Yeah.
Also, you do now.
Yeah.
And I've lost track of the Borgia.
Yeah.
Okay, fast travel point. We were going to do that, so I'm gonna need you to mark it on the map so we can actually find it again.
Alright, fast travel point, eh? Let's see, where...
Or it's not on the map.
Oh, good lord. That's less good. Oh, there's one.
Yeah, that's also conveniently in the direction we needed to go.
Alright, let's...
Go back. Spotted a synchronization point relatively nearby. That looks like one.
Yeah.
Ah, I actually found the Borgia.
And even the shared universe thing existed in the 90s with Kevin Smith movies, which had the loose connection between movies in the form of the characters Jay and Silent Bob.
Yes. And then, well, there are sort of like a fair number of films that sort of tried to do what the MCU has done so very well.
Yeah. The MCU was the first mainstream successful example that the world took notice of, and then everyone tried to have a shared universe.
And DC proved exactly how not to do it in the beginning. They've got better since then.
Well, they've occasionally made a good one.
Yeah, occasionally. I
Yeah.
mean, Wonder Woman was on ITV tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
Cool.
it's probably finished by now, because just before we started this, my mum had it on, and it was the end fight was just about to begin.
ah, right. Yeah, it's definitely finished by now.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman was good, though.
Yes. Oh, there's a much nearer fast travel point.
Ah, excellent.
This is why you do synchronization sometimes.
Please, leave me alone. I've done nothing.
Yeah, Wonder Woman's good. 84, I still haven't seen, but apparently isn't as good.
Yeah, I have heard the same.
And then, what were the other bits? Still need to see Shazam.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Yeah, well, there's a second one coming out, and Black Adam's sort of coming out soon, so... Given Black Adam is technically his sort of, like, arch nemesis,
Yeah.
in some ways.
I keep thinking you're going to say Blackadder.
I must admit, when hearing sort of one of the salutes towards the Queen when the music was starting up, it had the same start as the beginning of Blackadder Season 4's theme tune, as
Yeah.
one would sort of expect,
Yeah.
it being a military march, and it just sort of like, oh,
It puts you in mind of it, doesn't it?
yeah. And we're now back to God Save the King.
That's going to be weird, since it's been God Save the Queen for practically everyone in the world's entire life.
A fair chunk of people's life, yeah. But my gran remembers singing God Save the
Buongiorno.
King when she was a little girl.
Salute,
Oh,
Sir
wow.
Ezio. Shall we take
Yeah.
a look at the list?
With George the Sixth, I believe.
Yes, well, everything's fully
Buon
done
viaggio.
on there. Just double check.
Yep.
What is this?
Oh, wow. What happened there?
I think I tried to move away from the conversation too quickly for it, and it wasn't happening.
Salute, Claudia.
What does
here to look at the
Claudia
book?
say after having robbed best part of 30,000 from us? Okay, we've got 2 lots of armour that we still need bits from, and there's some weapons that still haven't unlocked yet.
Okay.
Yes, we have nothing in the villas, but we have a fair amount in our pockets.
Yep.
Collections, like hell are we doing all... Well, we might do the codex pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
And I
Yeah.
might do all the paintings purchased, because that's easy enough. I think.
yeah. We've got some of the seals, but we haven't actually put them in. We'll do that once we've got all of them.
Yeah. Black Adam is supposed to be a villain, so I wonder how that movie's going to proceed. Yeah, that
A
is
presto, Ezio.
my main curiosity there too. Like, is he still going to be a villain in the film?
It's being labelled as an anti-hero film, which is how Black Adam has actually been in the comics for about the past 10 years.
Okay.
Indeed, a lot of the time he's a villain is because the heroes have attacked him or invaded Kandak, where the nation he rules, as opposed to him being aggressive.
Yeah.
Indeed, he in the want to say injustice, but it's probably not. But no, it's not injustice. Crime Syndicate of America, when Earth-3 equivalents turned up, he was one of the ones who helped save the world by pushing the moon out of the way of the sun. Because you're just going to check equipment and stuff.
Okay. Okay, repair all. It's always worth doing, no matter how little you might need it. Everything seems to be in order.
Yeah, not expecting much new.
Okay.
And the reason for why Black Adam can't be a villain is not necessarily they can't be, it's just at the moment he's not going to be in quite so much. See if there's any upgrades here. And for it in the comics, he's a ruler of a nation. They're not really going to make him an out-and-out villain in the same way that Doctor Doom isn't an out-and-out villain and hasn't been for quite some time.
Although I do think Doctor Doom would be as good a next phase villain as any.
I will find something more to your liking.
Yeah,
next
I
time,
believe
sir.
Doctor Doom is planned for after Kang.
Yeah.
Is the current gig.
I've forgot all about Kang the Conqueror since Loki started.
Apparently, we have some healing to do. And yeah, Doctor Doom is the ruler of a nation, the fictional nation of Latveria, or something along those lines. And Black Adam is the ruler of the fictional nation of Kandak in DC.
Yeah.
I'm probably pronouncing it horribly, but yeah, he rules a nation, and people love him.
Yeah.
Though he is a bit more tyrannical than Doctor Doom, even.
Yeah.
He will happily go out, cause lots of problems for the entire world.
Right, where do we have to go? Venice. Yeah. Thieves Guild or Rialto Bridge?
I don't. I think Thieves Guild is closer to where we want to go.
All
Could be
right,
utterly-
it's worth a go.
Yeah.
Well,
There were some good bits in Loki, but there was unfortunately a lot of forgettable stuff.
that fifth episode was great though.
Mm. Yeah, I think Loki also didn't help itself there. It essentially wiped out everything that had happened in it. The 2 seconds before it ended for the season.
Yeah.
By killing that variant of Kang, it suddenly didn't matter everything that had happened earlier on in the series. Which is sort of like what happened when Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s premise got blown up by Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Damn it, Ezio. You continue to prove that I'm not good at parkour stages.
Keep away from
And also, like, there was one, like, and also they claimed that Loki is gender fluid in Loki, but there is an equivalent amount of alligator Lokis to woman Lokis.
That's what Seed. There is an unknown number that have been eliminated. But given the way that no Loki had heard of a female Loki before, I'm suggesting that it is in fact in favour of the alligator Lokis.
Yeah.
That there are in fact more alligator Lokis than female Lokis.
Yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake. And I continue my tradition of wasting the healing potions because I can't jump.
It's that controller of yours. I'm sure you'd be...
Yeah, but I suspect after I've spoken for this mission I'll be fully healed. Because it's happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
Everything
Please,
must
enter.
go to this mission. What's an auction?
Ezio's real deal.
Your good work has restored us to our former strength, Ezio. We are ready to strike.
Just tell me what needs to be done, and I'll see that it is.
You'll approach from above under the cover of night. Emilio has posted archers around the
One thing I
palazzo.
like about
Kill
video
them,
games
but do so
over
quietly.
these
As they
ones,
fall, my men shall replace them.
well, two
What
things.
about the
actually.
guards?
One,
When you
they
finish
don't
with the
all look like
archers,
Dad's
we'll
friends.
regroup in front of this building here
Yeah.
and
And
discuss
two,
next steps.
you can take the bloody hood down.
Nessun problema. I'll
Oh,
take care of the
that's,
archers and return to
that's
you.
cool.
Yeah.
Then it's settled.
Andor looks
Bocca al
good.
lupo.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's nice to not have to have the hood up the whole time.
Yeah.
And I was complaining about the hood so much I didn't actually listen to what the guy was saying.
Okay, we gotta kill some archers.
I gathered there was killing involved. It's an Assassin's Creed game. It's got a top counter on my thing.
I'm actually quite looking forward to Andor. Although I keep wanting to say it as and/or.
Yes, it's an unfortunate name. I also keep forgetting it's actually coming out.
Yeah. My Star Wars going to I'm a little unsure what to do with the story next. Oh, the problem plaguing every writer. What to do next.
Yes. That is very much the problem that led to us getting the unhinged trilogy that is the sequels, because it has no idea what it wanted to do next. And
Yeah.
Disney hired a different person originally for each film to decide what to do next.
Although,
But it did,
the Colin Trevorrow script, I've seen a reading of it. It had a lot of first draft energy. Probably would have been better, but not by as much as I think people say. Like, if they'd refined it.
like people say, the Snyder cut would have been better than the Whedon cut, and it's just like, yeah, that's like comparing diarrhea to constipation. One is arguably better, person depending, but neither are great.
Yeah.
Why are you up here? Leave.
Still, it gave us The Last Jedi, and I think that's worth it.
I just think there was a definite sort of lack of,
Direction.
yeah. From
Well-
Disney, before like they even got to starting to make this screens, the films or anything, there was just such a lack of direction as to what they were actually going to do with Star Wars.
Well, I kind of expected that because all of the hype around the very debatable. Well, it's my show and I said so. So, for the purpose of this stream, it's not. I'm pulling rank.
Why are you here? Get down!
But
He's here!
yeah, but like all of the hype around The Force Awakens was not really about the story. It was about the business of making the film. Practical effects are coming back. You know, all that good stuff. And while I do still like The Force Awakens, it does definitely feel like they were focusing more on, like, they focused so much on details that they forgot about the landscape.
No, Ezio Auditore did a frenzy.
That was quite a fall.
Balance with that. Yeah, I would say no matter what sort of like you think it was good or bad. The Last Jedi, you could say this about it more than you can Eddie since A New Hope, really. It took some bloody risk.
It had something to say, other than remember Star Wars wasn't that great.
Yeah, it did something new because Empire was, well, it was just basically what did the Empire won instead. Took away the Rebels' big thing rather than the Rebels taking the Empire's big thing. In this case, it's the Rebel base rather than the Death Star, and then the sixth one is just we have a Death Star again.
You won't escape!
Well, the reason for Death Star 2...
Like Boogaloo, I believe that tradition dictates to be stated.
What I've seen and heard so far. Well, yeah, that was the same for me. That was how I felt about that as well.
You are not
Apparently, the reason for Death Star 2 is because George Lucas wanted the series to end with an attack on the Death Star, and the only reason there was 2 Death Stars is because he didn't know he was going to be able to make The Empire Strikes Back, and so put it at the end of A New Hope, just in case he never got to make another one.
Yeah, and then he did. And then another, and another, and another.
Yeah. 3 Death... Okay, whatever form Star Wars takes next, I think we can all agree that no more Death Stars.
Yes. And,
Death-
and no more sort of improvements on the Death Star technology either.
You don't
Well,
have the
like,
stone.
putting all your resources into one big super weapon like that was a dumb idea then, and it still is one. Why did they do it 3 times?
die for the way we go down the sweeps.
Oh. It's like inability to jump properly with Ezio is entirely responsible for my current predicament.
Get on his stride side. Keep him busy.
How little you understand. I am not the one here who understands little. Although, one thing I would really love to see out of Star Wars, and I know it's never going to happen, I want a sitcom about Dexter Jettster running his diner. Like a Bob's Burgers style thing.
Hello, more guards.
Oh, but that's a lot of guards,
Get on
but
his stride side. Keep
I was
him
about
busy.
to say none of them seem to be attacking you, and then someone did.
Yeah, and you can't counter the big ones, you can only dodge them.
I'm pretty sure you can counter the big one, or... I mean, I did disarm a big one.
Yeah, but there's... I can't counter the big ones.
It might be worth putting your sword away and seeing if you can relieve them of their weapons with a counter. There we go.
Yeah,
Kill
you
'em.
can disarm, but I don't think you can counter in like the traditional way unless you have one of their weapons.
Oh, that worked. If it worked.
I must remember that you can disarm with down, because I
I'm
never
sorry.
do.
I've told you many times if it weren't for Luke, they never would have destroyed the Death Star and the Empire would have ruled the galaxy just as they planned to. The guy Vader was right. They would have found a way to destroy it eventually. The costs of maintaining a station like that would have been ridiculous.
Also, the fact that the Death Star destroyed one planet rallied enough forces to the rebellion that they went from having the Millennium Falcon, a couple of Y-Wings and a couple of X-Wings, to a literal navy. And it's sort of like, it comes a point in which it's sort of like, no, the Empire's not going to blow us up. They only blew up 30 planets this week for rebelling against them.
Yeah. Well, it's as Leia said, the more Tarkin tightened his grip, the more systems would slip through his fingers. That
Yeah,
was
it
the
is-
literalization of that line.
Yeah, it is established essentially that the Tarkin Doctrine was actually more responsible for the fall of the Empire than anything the rebels put forward to begin with.
Yeah.
Also,
I like that evil is self-defeating in that regard.
Yes, it's also a theme in Tolkien's work. Evil is self-defeating by
Yeah.
binding themselves to the real world, because both Morgoth and Sauron lost huge amounts of power due to binding themselves to reality. Sure, Sauron supposedly gained power by forging the One Ring, but then when the ring was destroyed, he couldn't manifest into Middle-earth anymore. And the exact same thing happened to Saruman, actually. He forged a Ring of Power using Sauron's law, or so it is believed. And then after Sauron's defeat, he could no longer manifest into Middle-earth and haunted it as a powerless spirit after his death at the hands of Grima Wormtongue. Also fits into the theory that Saruman made a Ring of Power.
Did people band together to overthrow things? Yes, they did. That's literally the plot of the Namek Saga.
Over here.
Also, the populations that didn't want to work for Frieza were massacred.
Yeah.
But it still formed multiple rebellions against him.
Well done, Ezio. Everything is going according to plan.
There's also the fact that there's only
As we
28
speak,
planets
my
with
men are
life
placing
on
the
them
archers
in
in
Universe 7.
The way to the Palazzo is clear now.
But not the building itself. Emilio's guards still patrol its border.
Use my men.
At least according to the Supreme Kai.
They can distract the guards.
Yes.
Save
So
you
it
from
didn't
having to
seem
fight.
likely they were including
Comes time to
Stormcloak,
storm the place.
or whatever one was.
Remember what
really
I've taught
doing.
you.
Seek out, though, Ezio.
No,
We
Frieza
await
wasn't
word of your
defeated by their
success.
rebellions, but Frieza also then had less subjects and less profits.
He was defeated by...
He was, however, defeated by the Saiyans, which were the ones he was actually scared of, and
Yeah.
then tried to preemptively eliminate.
Yeah,
So-
once again, evil is self-defeating.
Hey, come down. You need to learn the rules, Capone. You don't even have a bribe? He's here! Hey,
Although, unfortunately, it does seem as though Frieza has learned his lesson.
Yes, and that's idiocy being self-defeating there, with Goku wanting Frieza back and to fight, and not immediately going out and murdering him once he was resurrected, as he should have done. As opposed to Vegeta.
He was
who
defeated by someone who was stronger than him. Yeah, but he wouldn't have been stronger than him if it wasn't for Frieza's evil. Frieza made Goku stronger than him.
Yeah, by killing Krillin.
Yeah.
That is entirely the reason why Goku achieved Super Saiyan. He got angry because Frieza killed Krillin.
You could argue that he probably would have achieved Super Saiyan eventually anyway. But he didn't. He achieved it when Krillin died.
Yeah, it also points out that sort of like it was much. He could have figured it out. He probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for going up against Frieza and needing to push himself that much. He probably wouldn't have achieved it. Cell might not have been powerful enough to push him, or wouldn't have been as powerful as he was because he's part Frieza.
Although, the androids, 17, 18, 19, and Dr. Gero, their power was scaled to before Goku went to Namek, which means Dr. Gero left a frankly ridiculous amount of room for error.
Which is, frankly, the way he should do it.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with someone who, as a kid, defeated an entire army.
Yeah, completely respect that approach.
Yes, and also we must admit, don't forget, Android 16 also was meant to be able to,
Yeah, well, he was equal to Cell when they fought.
very close to Cell, which meant that he was more powerful than,
Piccolo and
Piccolo
17.
Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is happening? Wait, I can see a light. What's happening? Go towards it.
The fact it had more to do with the fact that Goku was a Saiyan than anything Frieza did. The thing that Frieza did was try to kill all the Saiyans to prevent exactly that from happening.
Also, he killed Krillin.
Yeah.
Literally, that is the bit that turned Goku from normal Saiyan who didn't know anything about his heritage to the legendary, just normal Super Saiyan.
And there's also the whole escalation of power due to prolonged plot thing that plagues all long-running series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of like there should be no way that Goku and Vegeta can actually do anything on Earth without sort of like the shields that Bulma put up when Future Trunks appeared and Goku powered up to 3.
Yeah.
Because by all rights, Vegeta and Goku walking should now have enough power to blow up the bloody planet. Because Vegeta, when he was at what, 2100, 1800 even?
18,000.
18,000, yeah. Had enough energy to blow up Earth in a single Gallic gun.
Yeah.
I mean, Nappa probably had enough power to blow up Earth, let's be honest.
If he really gave it everything, he could at least cause nuclear winter.
Yeah, if he did the traditional thing of yelling sufficiently, why am I in a well? Yeah, because Nappa destroyed entire militaries just for fun while waiting for Goku to turn up.
Yeah. And we can only guess as to the true power of Mr. Satan.
Yes. Oh, that is a glorious, glorious moment. Though, let's be honest, by the end of Z, wasn't Mr. Satan the only person, like human on Earth, who hadn't actually been killed and resurrected by the Dragon Ball?
Yeah. The only one who never died.
Yes, and he did die in Super, didn't he?
Technically, no.
Technically?
Well, he did because Frieza blew up the Earth, but then Whis rewound time. So
Yes.
technically that never happened, although it did.
Yeah, but 3 beings still remember it, so
Yeah.
one of whom is an absolute idiot. One of whom is Beerus.
So you could count that, or you could not, and I wouldn't really tell you were wrong either way.
Yeah, it's just the ridiculousness that... Yeah, also, you got to think about it. Here's the real question for Frieza blowing up the planet, though. Because, of course, Beerus and Whis were going to survive that. Goku and Vegeta couldn't because they can't survive in the void of space. Despite the fact Goku doing exactly that when he first attained God.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
maybe they
next
were
up-
close enough to Earth that he could still breathe.
Yeah. But the real question is, did Frieza blowing up the Earth kill Majin Buu?
I'm gonna say no.
Because Majin Buu was still very much on Earth at the time, given that he hasn't left Earth.
Yeah.
Except
Well,
for the precursor to the Tournament Power.
Well, Kid Buu blew up the Earth and just sort of reformed in space after the fact, so I'm inclined to believe Buu would have done that too.
Yeah. But it's... But then again, Majin Buu isn't as powerful as Kid Buu.
I don't know how that works, but yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, the conceit is that the absorption of the Grand Supreme Kai actually weakened him.
Yeah, I believe the idea is sort of like Majin Buu. It's sort of
House
like
of cards is
as
crumbling,
he's
Emilio.
in his innocent
A
form, as
minor
it were.
setback. It will be dealt with.
And
Povero Shemo Antonio and his thieves.
Never mind then. It's the assassin you should be worried about.
Why?
it's all like it is innocent.
he in
He's
Venezia?
not strong
Been
upon
here
sort
for
of like
weeks.
the power of
How could you
anger
be so
and
blind?
hate,
Like
whereas sort of like
busy.
Kid
Someone
Buu,
had to
Super
provide the
Buu,
weapons to our brother.
but Kid Buu is sort of
And we all
like Saiyans get more powerful with anger. Kid Buu is
What
the
is it you
ultimate
want?
personification of that as a margin.
3 days.
Yeah.
As a margin
Very
would
well.
understand it.
Assuming you still...
Oh no.
No.
Oh.
If you want my advice,
Ah,
I'd find a less...
Oh no.
place.
hurts.
Zeta is a fortress.
Okay, you got this. There we go.
Bye.
That hurts a lot. Just to... my pride.
My
My Saiyan pride. Let's see how...
Load those crates and prepare to sail.
Oh lord.
If
No, no. Oh, you'd almost had it that time.
Hide just until the meeting. Then deal with the assassin. He must be working with Antonio. That means the
I
attack.
now need to actually locate the
No.
target that I can't
I've
entirely
worked too
see.
hard for this.
He's underneath me in the tower, I'm going to assume from this.
Hey, don't let them get away!
As if you need him to let you get away.
Well, that well appears to be a moon of some sort, with just the amount of light coming out of it.
Share PlayStation will end in 5 minutes. I was wondering when that would come up.
Yes, my God, this is technically the second one, so we've been on this over an hour.
Yeah.
Always interfere, like Giovanni. He had just left well enough alone.
Okay, where is the... Ah, there he is.
Guardia! Guardia!
And he saw me. Bollocks.
Ah, you can get him.
Yeah,
no.
it's just... Take that.
Him. You might need to drop the hammer.
How the hell do you do that? Offhand?
Down on the D-pad.
Oh, that was a large axe to the face.
There we go. Oh, now you've got a large axe.
And now he takes it to the face. So this hardly seems like the weapon of an Italian assassin.
No. Ugh.
Eivor, however, Eivor would happily use that.
Yeah. Put down the hammer, Chris. Everyone.
Axes around that size.
You want me to put the hammer down?
No, don't. He really likes his hammer. I will put the hammer down. Yeah, no, you've got to respect Thor. Someone's come up to him and has challenged him, and his first instinct is to murder him with a hammer.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, there's no way he could know that that shield's going to survive.
No. I mean, I was surprised it did.
Yeah, that's the joy of vibranium.
Yeah, you've not got the blades. There we go.
I was thinking, why isn't that working? It's just, oh yes.
Do not be afraid.
I feel no fear, assassin. Only regret. I sought unity, stability, order.
At too great a
It's
cost.
vibranium.
Progress
I didn't know what that
demands
meant at the time.
sacrifice.
Non trova alcuna
It
gioia
meant
in
that it's
questo.
technically, but it seems
Ma non
to
c'è
behave
altro
like
modo.
magic. Because
Riesca ti
its
pace.
kinetic force absorption capability should mean when you throw it, it absorbs all the force and then stops, so it doesn't rebound.
Complete
As,
shot.
as Peter Parker said, that thing doesn't obey the laws of physics.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Okay, that was not a funny prank. I could have thrown knives and
Come,
killed all
let's
of
open
you.
the gate for Antonio.
You cannot change the laws of physics. Laws of physics. Laws of physics.
You can't change the laws of physics. Laws of physics, Jim.
Life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it. Not as we know it. Life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it, Captain.
It's worse than that. He's
Set
dead.
us fallen
Jimmy's
and
dead.
Emilio
Jimmy's
is no
dead.
more.
Jimmy's worse than
All
that. He's
thanks
dead.
to you,
Jimmy's
Ezio.
dead. Jim dead.
Go!
Yeah,
Tear
that's the
down
last
Emilio's
of the
banners.
house, so
Return what he has stolen from the people.
How dare
Jim!
Tell, Ezio,
Star trekking across the universe.
how can I repay you for your service?
Money's always nice.
Easy enough.
Oh,
What else?
complete
Ilio
shot.
is meeting with a man named
Complete
Carlo.
shot. Yeah.
To be a government official. Do you know him?
Carlo Grimaldi. He sits on the Council of Ten. Why do you ask? What are you up to?
I have a meeting to attend.
Oh, ominous.
The meeting to attend.
Okay. At this point, I think I'm going to restart the share play session.
Yeah.
Just,
We've just finished the quest of the cutscene.
yeah. You want to keep playing?
Yeah, we can keep going.
Okay. Right. Stop share play. Alright, you've been re-invited.
Returning. Slowly but surely.
Oh god, the world is ending!
The white! The white! Don't put me in the modern day. Don't put me... Thank you.
Ugh.
No offence to the modern day storylines, it's just not as interesting to me.
No.
He's out around Italy with a large shirt trying to get laid. To quote Blackadder, the butler.
Yeah. They didn't really end up doing much with the Desmond part of the storyline, I seem to remember.
From what I understand of it, he does actually save the world. He sacrificed himself to raise the shield that protects from a solar flare in the year 2012 that would have annihilated all life on Earth.
Yeah. Oh.
Technically, quite a lot with him, but also at the same time, not really.
Yeah.
Ah!
I mean, they know he's not what you're there for.
Yeah, I have broken my legs and my neck. How I landed on that. Yeah, you're not there for Desmond, you're there for Ezio Auditore da Firenze. And running around Italy. And having charming conversations with Leonardo.
Yeah. And
we have
many other historical figures that the assassins just happen to mingle with throughout this series.
Yeah, so we've got an assassin's tomb to do in between sessions.
Yeah.
That was about as graceful as it ever is with me and Ezio. No, I changed my mind about taking these stairs. Falls over into it anyway. I always expect to hear like screams coming out of these sometimes, and then Ezio going, "Sorry, madam," or "Signora." Yeah, or going, or just going in, going, "Hello, my name is Ezio."
Oh.
Hey. Hello, I continue to be rubbish at this jumping malarkey. It's so much easier in later games.
Yeah. I'm glad they streamline it, because, like, it was annoying in Assassin's Creed 1. Like, it wasn't fun at all.
Yeah, no, watching you try to find climb points on those time trial bits that we had to do as part of the story.
Yeah.
I was fully prepared to be panic grabbing on that jump then.
Yeah.
I must admit, I quite like that you can eliminate fall damage in Odyssey. Because there are some really tall places you can accidentally fall off of. Admittedly, you have to grab about 30 synchronization points to eliminate fall damage, but still. Oh, there might be some new equipment as we sort of pass the new land.
For some reason, my eyes scanned that text and I thought it said victims synchronized.
So there's a painting woman outfit and a blacksmith just around the corner. And then there's also sorry, I'm smashing your worthless pots. I'm also completely running past the damn area again. Ah, there it is. So, did I not mistaken, there is a painting shop nearby as well. But see if there's new equipment.
Oh, okay, yep. Sorry.
But of course, I caught you off guard again.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I keep falling down, so our equipment needs repairing quite a lot. Aha!
Oh,
we can steal some green.
Missaglius. How do you pronounce that? I don't know. That Greaves.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Missaglius.
Yeah, so we'll get those greaves.
Yep. We are stronger now.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a new-
Schiavona. Oh, a sword that does more damage, but it's harder to deflect.
That's reasonable.
It looks nice as well. Let's get it.
That hand guard is ridiculously ornate.
Yeah. It is the Renaissance.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cinquedea, which is better than the current Cinquedea we have equipped.
Ammunition.
I
Okay.
can't there's those without your help, so
And please, come back
yeah.
on.
Podesta, hold on. Reach 80% of your stronghold's total value.
I'm sorry, can we talk about it?
I mean, I don't even need the money, but it's the principle of the thing.
yeah.
You think you can steal from Ezio Auditore and just run away?
The thing is, he didn't
Sorry?
steal from us. He's just stealing from others. It's what the running away bit I'm taking offence at.
Yeah. You take it as a challenge of pursuit.
Yeah, the test of my parkour abilities that are non-existent. Well, yeah, he's got so far away I can't actually see you on the minimap, so
Oh,
let's
well.
return to my inability to parkour.
Alright. Are we off to the next memory then?
I was going to check the painting shop, then visit the doctor after I've dropped down again.
Okay.
Apparently there's a painting shop around here.
Load was rotten.
Here it is.
Sure, your festive barkers could.
Okay,
Nope.
nothing new. Anything
No.
new?
Oh, there's a new treasure map. Okay, let's get that.
And Marco.
Always a pleasure, Sir.
Okay, and there's a doctor. And I would keep an eye out to see if we encounter a seamstress or whatever they're called. And there's one with the Fred symbol.
You want me to watch a video you just sent me on stream? Not sure I should do that, but let's see what it is.
Due to the shortage of funds after the recent
I'm about to speak to a doctor as well.
a levy will be imposed upon all importation of goods
Is that?
Attenzione! The penalties for usury committed by any citizen of Venezia have been revised. These have been posted as amendments to the laws concerning the colleganza, available for consultation.
Oh, sorry, you need to go to the doctor.
Yeah, it's also right next to the next mission, so it's not like we're really going anywhere. But yeah, I used
stock
to
up.
not because most of those were because I can't jump properly.
May wellness remain your companion, friend.
Here we go. Oh,
Where is Emilio?
it's fast as
told
he's
him
got
to be
across,
here.
he's going to be evil, isn't
Told him
he?
yourself.
Yep.
In person.
Yes, myself in person. I'm concerned that you don't trust me.
That looks like Harry
As am
Enfield.
I. Perhaps he'll arrive with
The
the
beard is rather
What?
sharp-edged, isn't it?
Yeah,
The graphics of the day.
yeah. Tail the Templars that used up on the... Oh, I hate tail
I'll
missions.
go things in the palace.
Honestly,
As much as me.
I complain yet I'm not even the one who has to
I
do
tried
it.
to lay the groundwork, making suggestions. But we
No, they're
have
thieves.
other
If
voices.
they were courtesans, I'd
you must
happily
work
hire
hard.
them right
You must
now.
become part of his inner circle.
See, I understand. But it's harder than I expected.
I have
Why
a
is that,
remarkable
Carlo?
hearing.
I don't know, he just... the Doge doesn't like me.
A levy will be imposed upon
It might be an idea to follow them from a rooftop.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this guy to not be paying so much attention to me before I decide to jump up, as that tends to get most people more paying attention to me.
It's not my fault. I keep trying to please him.
It does seem to encourage
I
it.
have it delivered. The finest jams from the orchards of Sardinia, the newest fashions from Milano.
Yes, and that's called being a sycophant.
What?
He's not
What
wrong.
did you call me?
A doormat. A flat.
Doing a parkour section.
Need I go
So
on?
that Dan can fall over and go, hey, you be nice.
You don't know what it's like.
Oh.
You don't understand the pressure in there.
Oh, I don't understand pressure.
No, you have no idea. You are a government official. I am 2 steps from the Doge himself. I am beside him day and night. You wish you could be where I am.
Are you done?
Hardly. You listen to me now. I am close. The Doge can be recruited.
Oh
to
dear,
our
we're going
cause,
after
I'm
the
sure.
Doge.
Just,
Wow.
I need a little more time.
Yeah, such assassin,
Time is not
much
the thing
death,
we have
such
to
wow.
make supply.
I mean, well, I've never said defeat. You defeat yourself all the time.
Self-defeating as a
My feet are
euphemism.
killing me. Can we sit down inside somewhere?
Do you know anywhere truly safe to discuss things such as these?
Come on. I'm soaking wet, I've got a lot of weaponry, and apparently I'm entering a restricted area.
I like the look of the armor, but it doesn't look very assassin-y, does it?
No. But it does look like you would survive in Renaissance Italy with it.
Yeah.
And I completed the parkour section
We thought
in
Emilio
the
would be
first
with you.
try.
Emilio is dead.
Hooray!
How?
The
Huzzah!
assassin. The same one who hunted down the Pazzi. He's here in Venezia.
E così? Silvio, did
Yeah,
you
he's
not
right
know?
over there, completely exposed.
He could be anywhere. He could be here right now and we might not even know. He struck
Right about the
Emilio
first part, it could be
inside
here
his
right now,
own
yes.
palazzo.
We might not
So,
even know,
what of our plan?
not so much.
He's
There is no longer
literally
time
standing
for
behind.
subtlety, my brothers. We must act now.
My
Now,
brother in Christ,
I'm
he's
so
in the
close.
open.
A few more days, if I can just...
No. It happens this week. We should keep moving.
He's the only one with some sense.
What does the Spaniard have to say to
Ah,
this change of
more
plan?
You tailing.
can ask him yourself soon.
Yeah, I felt the hesitation there on the
Here?
stick.
From Roma?
So I've heard.
Good. Perhaps he's made a decision.
About what, cousin?
About which of us shall step into the robes of the dog.
If you're not careful, I am going to punch you.
I didn't know there was a decision to be made. Surely the choice is obvious to
Okay,
all.
I'm probably going to get stopped by these guys.
Should be the one who organized the entire operation. The one who came up with
And
the idea.
ostensibly, that also annoyed them apparently.
There is no lack of value in tactical intelligence, good Silvio. But it is wisdom one needs to rule. Do not think otherwise.
Calma, calma, amici. Please. There's no need for it. You know it's not up to either of you. For all we know, you may not even choose a barbarico.
Okay, that option needs to die quickly.
And why not me? I'm the one who's done all the hard work.
I might not be on the roof for much longer, but I'm on the roof.
Are you sure?
He definitely won't. Or will he?
Yes!
He's hanging in there.
Signori,
Admirable for a corpse.
move a little faster.
Yes.
I feel eyes on us.
Thank you, Dante. We will move at your pace.
This guard's a good find, cousin. How much did you pay for him?
Perhaps not as much as he
Given you
deserves.
couldn't hang on
He
to,
saved my life
to
on
life,
two
you have
occasions.
much doubt to
Though
hang
he's
up
not
to your
much of a
upper lip now.
conversationalist.
Baldric, the slug is dead. If it failed to cling
Enough
on
with
to
your
life, I don't see how it could cling
choice
on
of
to your
Dojo was
upper
never
lip.
up to any of you, and you were never given permission to make plans.
Forgive us, Maestro. We wish only to serve.
The plan is this. Dojo Mocenigo will die tonight.
How can you hear them
once
from all
the
the way
deed's
up
been
there? His
done,
hearing is very
Marco
good.
shall take his place.
Yes, like his eyesight,
Vi
it is quite
ringrazio
ridiculous.
umilmente.
He has the
Maestro.
eyes of a hawk and the ears of a fox.
Good.
The dwarf
Messer
breathed so loud,
Grimaldi.
we could have shot him in the dark.
You are closest to Mocenigo. You
By the
work
way,
for
he'd be
Moscow.
my pick for live action Thrawn.
Serve us well,
Hmm.
and it won't be forgotten.
That actor, Craig Parker, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
He also played Gaius Claudius Glaber in Spartacus.
Must appear to all that he goes quietly. Certo, Maestro. When are you closest to him?
I have full run of the palace. He
Is
may
his
not
wife
care to
also
hear what I have to
Spartacus?
say, but he trusts me.
As we know, is I'm Spartacus.
Yeah.
Bravo.
I'm Spartacus and so's my wife.
In the kitchen.
And so I'm Brian, and so's my wife. Ezio.
Marco, can you furnish
Jump!
us with
Pretend
a
it's the
suitable
ladies'
box of
chambers
some
you're
toys?
jumping to.
I defer to my cousin. That is really his area of expertise.
Ah, Silvio.
And caper nimbly,
I am at your service,
like this son of York.
What can you bring to get this done?
I will confer with my associates in the streets.
Whether it will be good will
But
depend
chances
on
are
which
good that I
Thrawn.
can
No, it
produce
won't.
something
Whether it
better.
will be good will depend on whether it's well written or not.
Because you
Yes,
could have the
and what
best
is
actor
that?
in the world, but if he's given
The most
absolutely
effective
dog-shite
form of arson
dialogue,
and difficult to trace.
I mean, it'll at least be meme-worthy.
yeah.
Ah, va bene, va bene. Then it's decided.
Dan having explained the difference to me, I can understand how if you were enamored with OG Thrawn in the original Timothy Zahn trilogy, that you might not like the new one. Depending on what aspects of him you liked. But that doesn't mean nothing he's in can be good. I must finish those audiobooks at some point. I'm partway through Shadows of the Sith at the moment.
Forgive me, Maestro, but is this not perhaps a tad dangerous for you? Involving yourself so intimately with the minutiae of our plans.
I feel the need to involve myself more directly. The Pazzi disappointed us in Firenze.
Yes,
pray
Borgia's threatening with the very
Do not
creepy
worry this time.
metal
The Patsy
eyes.
were a bunch of
there.
foolish...
The
Yeah.
Pazzis were a potent and venerable family, reduced to rubble by one young assassin. Do not underestimate this troublesome foe, who now haunts your city. Or the same fate
Didn't
will
actually
befall
say
the
that Golden
barbaric.
Fraud was less
I
well
want
written,
this
given
done
it was
promptly.
written by the same person.
Yeah.
What they did with Thrawn this time
Bene,
is
I
he
must return
wasn't
to Roma.
perfect, as
Time
it
is of the
were.
essence.
He has an obvious
Do not
weakness, which
fail
is
us.
politics.
Yeah.
And also, they didn't actually give him that much time to shine because he only appeared for 20 minutes in the entirety of his time on Rebels.
I should have kept my eyes on them.
Really?
I need to go
Yeah.
and see
I could have
Antonio
sworn
if
it
I
was
have
more
any
than
hope of
that, but-
salvaging this mess
Yeah,
I've
he only
made.
had 20 minutes of screen time in total.
Oh, wow. Well, he made the most of them.
Yes.
I quite like... As much as I don't really like the concept lore-wise, I did quite enjoy the Bendu.
Yes. It probably helped it was voiced by Tom Baker.
Oh, yes. Yes, immeasurably so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just sort of like, I'm the one in the middle. I'm the Bendu. In which, I can't really think of many other actors who could have got away with saying that and
No.
it coming across well.
Now, Tom Baker really is the only one that would have worked for.
Yes, it's
At
has
least
a bit
I
of the
could
energy.
think of.
Yeah, it has a bit of the energy of "Would you like a jelly baby?" to it.
Yeah.
Ah, seamstress. They might have upgrades.
Indeed.
Now, where the actually are they? Are they on the other side of this building? Yes, it seems so.
You
But
can never tell with these maps.
No, it's not easy. Hello, Doctor. I don't actually need you for once.
Ah, don't be shy. I only aim to.
I might in a minute, though. Okay, it's a very quick 20 minutes, because I could have sworn that was at the start of the last mission that went up.
Yeah. Time passes weirdly when we play this game.
Time. Time won't give me time.
Oh. Okay, because Rowan Atkinson probably could have said Ben Duwell, but Tom Baker was most likely the best choice. Yeah, if I had to cast someone else, I could probably see Rowan Atkinson doing it. That's... Huh.
Yeah, different dies as we're in a different city.
Uh.
The white one seems to work best with the armour, though we might be returning to the bonus one in it once we got all of this armour. And then once we've got all of the seals, we might very well be returning to the white one again, because we'll have Altair's.
Yeah. I mean, with Rowan's history saying Bob.
Yeah, that's actually because he can't actually pronounce his B's properly.
Yeah. The line, God, it's like Crofts in here was originally meant to be, it's like the Battersea Dogs Home in here, but he couldn't get it out.
Yeah, he couldn't say Battersea. Because that is quite a horrible B to say, really, if you struggle with B's.
Yeah.
Am I even heading vaguely the right direction? Ezio, time for a bath. At least this time it's not me trying to do a parkour challenge and ending up in water. And also, probably a good idea to keep your hidden blades sheathed while you're swimming.
Also, like, I don't like the concept of the Bendu lore-wise, because it's very close to a Grey Jedi, which I just don't really like as a concept. It doesn't gel with how the Force has worked up until now. The dark side is presented very much as imbalance itself. As in, the dark side is the imbalance. It's like a performance-enhancing drug, complete with the physical side effects of wrecking your body the more you use it.
Yeah, whereas sort of like I think the idea that's meant to is the Force is unbalanced at the moment because the dark side is dominant and is and therefore everything is out of balance because reality itself is out of balance.
Yeah, I guess that could.
I must admit, my favourite Force tradition from any of them was sort of like the idea I got was the Angan T from Legends, who were a almost insectoid-based species, but not quite, and how they viewed the Force was as a rainbow. They also had the power of teleportation and time travel, so...
That's quite a set of abilities.
Yeah, time travel was sort of, you could view events from the past. You couldn't actually affect them.
Yeah, I mean...
Called slow walking. So, like, you could go back, if you were in an area, you could go back and you could see major events that had happened in said area.
But you wouldn't have physical presence in that time.
Yeah, like, one example, Jason Solo uses it, and they have to wear spacesuits for it, because in the area, at the time of the memory that they're going back to, the atmosphere is breathable, but the time they're actually in, there's no atmosphere anymore, so they still need the spacesuits on.
Oh, I see.
So you don't actually travel through time as such, but you can view it from an outside perspective.
Yeah. Writing kind of a fantasy novel at the moment that is going to have time travel, like magic time travel in it, but I have rules to make sure you can't actually affect the past. You can go to the past.
You back to see me already?
But if you go to the past, that means you were there already before you left.
Desolato, mia cara. but I am not
And
here to
therefore,
play.
anything you do in the past
Must
will
speak with
inevitably only
Antonio.
lead to
It's
the world you
urgent.
left behind anyway.
Antonio! Ezio's here!
And it's now canonical that they've already slept together.
Yep.
Yay, yay, yay.
Ezio, is everything all right?
Carlo Grimaldi and the Barbarigo are in league with the one they call the Spaniard. They're going to murder the Doge and replace him with one of their own.
They're going to
They will
murder
have
the Doge.
Venezia, their entire fleet.
Wow,
in their
much
grasp.
tragedy.
And they call me a criminal.
Then you'll help me.
Such
You have me on
stakes.
your side, brother. And the support of all my men.
And women.
Grazie, amici.
But, Ezio, I must warn you, it's not going to be so easy this time. Palazzo Ducale is the most heavily guarded building in Venezia.
Nothing is impenetrable.
This is why we like you, Ezio.
Come, let's go take a look. We'll come up with a plan. This business with the Doge. Terrible. Though, treachery like this no longer surprises me. When I was a child, we were taught that the nobles were just and kind. I believed it, though my father was only a cobbler, and my mother a scullery maid. I aspired to be much more. I studied hard.
Yeah, the
I
Anti are
persevered.
interesting. And
But the nobles
also,
would never have me.
despite the
If
fact
you are
they
not
could
born
like
one of
teleport,
them,
they didn't
acceptance
really leave
is
their
impossible.
area of space
So
much,
I ask you, Ezio,
which also makes
who are
it
the
sort
true
of like,
nobles of Venezia?
okay, they're powerful,
Men like Carlo
but they're
Grimaldi
not
and
going
Marco
to reshape the
Barbarigo.
galaxy on the
No,
whim.
I say we are the thieves. And
They also have
mercenaries
a deep
and
dislike
whores.
of slavers. It's one of the few
While we work to
things
save
that
this
can get
city
them
and
out
its
of their
people,
home
the
system.
nobles seek to make it their
Let
plaything.
alone the
Time loops have nothing to do with destiny. I didn't say time loops were lazy writing. I said that destiny as a concept is a crutch. Unless it's done like, I mean, I'm sure there are examples of it being done well, and I do actually like the predeterminism paradox of meeting your fate on the path you take to avoid it. I think that can be really clever. But to say that something happens just because destiny is a crutch, and I don't like it.
We need to scout the palazzo carefully. See it from every angle. We just
Yeah,
might find a way
Yang
in.
and T sort of like
I know of a tall
demonstrate their
company
skill with their
behind the palazzo.
teleportation power,
Or
which they
we might
call
find a way to
fold
climb the
space.
back of the basilica.
They don't have hyperdrives
Do you
on
have
their
any
ship.
ideas?
If they need
I
to get
assume the
somewhere,
front
they
door
just
is out.
fold space around the ship.
Va bene. We'll try the front door as well, Saputello.
Yeah.
I suppose it would
Let's
seem
do
like
it.
an unnecessary expense.
Yeah. I just always find it slightly hilarious. There's just this idea that,
Also, it means that if their ships are stolen, they won't get far.
yeah, because so very few people have been able to fold space. Like,
Hold tight.
sorry, can I ask you to stay here? Like, Jason Solo wasn't particularly good at it, but he was good at flow walking. Luke mastered fold space for a limited application of it. Like, he could move objects from one place to another by essentially teleporting them, but only over short distances. It wasn't like he was teleporting his personal ship back and forth. And George Cardass, I believe his name is, had some skill at folding space. He could get stuff from his kitchen into his anywhere else in his house, basically. And he was a human as well. A human who knew Thrawn met Yoda as well.
Huh.
Yeah. Actually, he threatened Yoda at one point.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's not like he was a threat to Yoda, but he threatened Yoda, and Yoda just sort of like, oh, for the love of God, and then lectured him on how he'd wasted the gift Yoda had given him. Because in the past, in Legends, they'd given a firm origin as to where the Dark Side Cave on Dathomir came from. Not Dathomir, Dagobah came from.
Yeah.
And it was because there was a group of Dark Jedi that had gone rogue a couple of centuries before the Clone Wars or something. No, not a couple of centuries, a couple of decades even. Because always. And the last of them captured Cardass and used his ship to get to Dagobah. But he was sort of being drawn there, and Yoda, through means unknowns, predicted where they were going and encountered him there, and this is gonna kill me.
What are you doing?
Yeah. And there was a massive force battle there, and the Dark Side Cave is where the Dark Jedi died. And then Yoda nursed Cardass back to health, and supplied from there that that's where Cardass gained his ability to touch the Force came from. This was at a point at which the Clone Wars were still a mystery, essentially, with Timothy Zahn having written by far the most about them, and that was still less than a page of A5 worth of information.
So, what do you think?
Ah.
We're not getting in this way. They'll have time to murder the Doge before we're able to get through all these guards.
Yeah, and then
Stay close.
yeah, and what else? Yeah, Cardass then returned there 25 years later. Or was longer at the time, but he returned there much later because Yoda basically revitalized him as well. When that revitalization went and threatened Yoda with a blaster and his spaceship, which was controlled by advanced slave circuitry, as it was known, so it had a remote control, basically.
Right.
And Yoda just waved his hand, forward to both items down, sat Cardass down and lectured him on how he'd wasted the gift, and then sent him to the Anganty monks, because he was preparing for his most challenging trial yet, or trainee yet. And shortly thereafter, Luke arrived for training. So, yeah. But he met Thrawn between Battle of Naboo and the start of the Clone Wars, when he got trapped in, where he got captured along with his captain at the time. By the Chiss after they were running away from arrival of their Hutt employer, and their hyperdrive had fused, so they couldn't. Essentially, were just going forwards, traveling through the galaxy until they could fix it, and they ended up in the unknown regions.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, which and Thrawn saved them and then basically took them in as prisoners so he could study their culture of the galaxy.
Okay. Synchronize.
Yeah, and then don't jump off because the thing I want is right behind me.
Yeah, muscle memory dictates jump off, but I'm going to need you to not do that.
Look at that. Archers everywhere.
And the walls are impossible to climb on this side. It's this way.
Oh! Oh, my bones.
My archers! Admittedly, Cardass then helped train in the art of smuggling and organising criminal organisations. Talon Card, who essentially became the head of the criminal underworld after the death of Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah. So, previous conversation. I don't remember the conversation to which you refer, to be honest.
You've hurt someone pulling stunts like that.
Life expectancy?
Bene, we're in luck. Looks like there's a perfect path up the scaffolding to the roof of the Basilica.
Yes.
Shall we?
Looks like there's a perfect convenient path of scaffolding.
I think that's the first time we've actually had it pointed out. Sorry.
Sorry, the yell and how long it went on for how far he actually fell. It was hilarious.
Every time you dropped from the height into a pile of hay, I expect to hear a loud splat followed by a puddle of blood leaking from underneath. Yes, that is how that would go in real.
Yeah, with a scream like the one that Antonio just did.
Yeah.
Come on, Antonio. Yes, I know you fell 5 feet. What's
Ezio,
of
look!
it?
Isn't that him? Grimaldi!
Don't you understand what I'm offering you, Signore?
Isn't that a composer?
Please. Or this will be your last
No,
chance.
that's I was thinking of Vivaldi.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Mi
my son was
dispiace.
worked the 4
I
seasons.
meant nothing by it. I'm only looking out for your safety.
He was
running out of
Scottish,
time.
you know. Who?
There's no way through
Vivaldi?
this
No,
fence,
Eddie, I'm
and
talking
there are
about
guards
composers,
everywhere.
obviously. Honestly, it's football with you.
It's impossible. There's no way in or out for men. Only birds.
Yes. Birds.
Oh,
Where are you going now?
To see my
This
friend
is where we're gonna have
Leonardo.
to visit Leonardo.
Oh, here we go. Acquiring birds.
Impossible for men. Only birds. And I was just all like, yes, we saw the bat thing earlier. Let's see if
We
I
have
can
done
get
it your way. Now we do it my way. The bird way. We fly.
You ought to say that again, you son of a bitch. My ass nose. Whatever.
Ah, my big mouth.
My inability to parkour.
Team 4-Star were great. Well, they still are.
Yeah,
Have you been watching the HFIL series?
no, I haven't.
Ah,
I'm going to abandon climbing that before I kill myself again.
That was all I was doing the latest fortune. He said his actions should have created an alternate timeline where he's still poor. And I tried to tell you that there is no alternate time. But there has to be an originally, if he goes back in time to make himself rich, then there has to be, this doesn't work with my idea of time travel where nothing you do can actually affect the past, because that means you were already there. But he has affected the past, which would follow multiverse theory, so there must be a timeline where no time travel took place, and there exists a broke-ass David Xanatos.
Yeah, if you can actually affect the past,
This
you
area
do
is
have
strictly
to,
off limits to you.
you'd create an alternate. But whether the first timeline doesn't have to exist, you can basically override it, but it does create an alternate time. Which then does lead to the great worry of the grandfather paradox, because you could accidentally have created a timeline in which you weren't actually born, which could then cause the universe to collapse in on itself. That's the joy of the grandfather paradox. I don't know why I'm taking a parkour route that has gone horribly wrong for me so far, but hey.
Yeah, it's always worth a try.
Could also be some wallpaper for us here.
That's a paradox. What he did was create a time loop where he's in the future because he went back in time to make himself rich in the past. That doesn't make any sense.
A time loop is a self-contained bit of time which doesn't happen unless someone actually goes into it. Or time loop is also a single moment in time that repeats over and over. In fact, predestination paradox is when you're required to do something involving time travel to actually lead to the situation, and you close it off. Whereas a time loop is, in quite a lot of cases, just you're trapped in a singular moment of time, like when the Enterprise D kept being destroyed by the USS Bozeman, which Ollie may or may not have gotten to. Now that I think about it.
I don't think I...
Have you seen
Jack,
Kelsey
I've been
Green?
watching Star Trek with you. Have we got to that part yet? It has been a while.
No, apparently you haven't. It's the simplest example to sort of think of.
Yeah. Groundhog Day is a time loop.
Yeah.
Although how that works is pretty vague.
We don't. Like the insurance sale. One theory is the insurance salesman has powers to cause it, so that he can keep badgering you until you buy insurance from him. Now, I'm relatively sure I've crossed the same area 2 or 3 times, roughly, and tried to get to Leonardo. But, yeah, the joys of not actually being able to access the mini-map on this. Box.
Though I may not introduce time travel into my setting at all, because once you introduce time travel,
you've got to then answer, put in as to why time travel isn't the answer every single time.
yeah. Like, no matter how strict your rules are, consequences no longer have to matter.
Does it work? What?
So, which is why I came up with
Does
the
it
you
work,
can't
Leonardo?
actually affect the
Can it
past
really
sort
fly?
of clause.
I don't know. It's only a prototype, an idea. It's not ready yet.
Have you tried it?
No, it's too dangerous. To test it, you'd have to leap off a tower. Who would be mad enough to do a thing like that?
Leonardo, I think you just found your madman.
You need to be mad to jump off a tower. This is all like, hello, you met me?
I leap off towers about 4 times a day.
So, how does she work?
For the fun
Have
of
you
it.
ever watched The Bird in Flight? It's not about being lighter than air. It's about grace and balance. You must use your body's own weight to control
dear.
your elevation and
Operation
direction.
balance. Well,
Good
we're
luck,
in trouble now. Okay, I have no idea where I'm actually meant to be going.
Why am I crashing?
That might
This
be
is
it.
ridiculous.
No, that looks like
The
a wall.
Palazzo's too far away. Diablo, I give up. I end up killing myself before I...
There doesn't seem to really be any particular sort of like idea of where you're meant
So,
to be
how
going.
does she work?
Have you ever watched The Bird in Flight? It's not
For
about
goodness sake,
being lighter
you
than air.
can't skip the
It's about grace and
bit
balance.
there.
You
Oh,
must
no.
use your body's own weight to control your
I better
elevation
not
and
mess up
direction.
again,
Good luck, Ezio.
because this will get very tiring very quickly.
Oh, I think you're supposed to just try and reach the Basilica. Or the Palazzo, or whatever.
Yeah, but I can't actually see where that is.
Why am I crashing? This is ridiculous. The palazzo's too far away. Diavolo, I give up. I'm gonna end up killing myself before I ever kill another Templar.
Oh no.
I can't believe it. It worked.
Oh, you got
it
it.
really worked.
Okay, I just
you
needed
flew,
not to be
Ezio.
synchronized.
You flew.
See, but not very far.
Well, what were you expecting? The machine wasn't designed for distance. All right, look. Let me go over my plans here.
I think that
Maybe
was
I can find some
technically a
way to
landing.
extend the duration of the flight.
Ezio,
Technically,
my men tell me Carlo has the
you
poison.
did land.
We must hurry.
Antonio, this is Leonardo, the master inventor who built these pezzo di merda.
Hey, it's not the machine's fault.
it's a
It's
piece of
mine.
shit.
I checked and rechecked my blueprints. It's just impossible. I don't know how to extend the flight. Ah, che idea del cazzo! Eureka! Of course! Genio!
What is he doing now?
It rises. It needs fire. Heated air under its wings will lift the machine.
Leonardo, what good is one fire going to do?
Not one fire, Ezio. A dozen.
My comments
built
aren't
all
showing on
across
screen.
the city.
Really?
Enough to carry you from here
That
all the
one
way
did.
to the Palazzo Ducale.
Yeah, it just just out of the
Ah, capisco. My men could do that.
yeah,
but you are
the,
forgetting about the guards.
Don't worry, I will take care of them.
I'll give the order to have my men move behind you.
Oh,
and
right.
know the locations.
Comment on the rules of
Then
time
light them
travel.
all up the second the sun goes down
Oh,
over
I
San
see.
Marco.
So I don't know why that happened.
Okay, so I need to kill the guards so that the rebels can light enough fires so I can fly. Actually, I like pop in as I've got a codex piece if it's going to let me.
Oh.
No.
No. Well, you've already started the mission, I expect.
Yeah, just halfway through the mission, probably. Okay, apparently these two need to die. If I'm reading that correctly.
Salute a voi.
Really?
Very depending on the event. Whatever your rules, you must keep them fluid.
Chi è vostro fratello?
I was just reading. Don't mind me.
One Piece introduces time travel, but keeps it from breaking any of the universe by making it forward only.
Yeah, that's the premise of a Futurama episode there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, time travel shenanigans are a staple of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is just sort of hilarious at times. To the extent that there is actually an entire Bureau of Temporal Investigations.
Yeah. A time bureau.
Oh no, they're not meant to travel through time. They're the ones who make like keep an eye on all the captors who have encountered time travel shenanigans.
Ah.
And then bemoan about Kirk because he is a menace. In their line of work, there are few people as irritating as James T. Kirk. Captain Catherine Janeway, maybe, because she causes some problems with time travel at various points. Or has problems with time travel at various points.
We haven't gotten to Voyager either. Okay. I think I might have to start watching Star Trek on my own, because I never find myself well, like, I mean, I'm watching other stuff at the moment, but eventually I might have to start watching Star Trek on my own, because I never find myself in the mood for it when the opportunity arises. And, like, if we keep going as we've been doing, we'll never get through it. But if I do end up watching Star Trek on my own, rest assured I will keep you posted on where I am and what my thoughts are.
I will also say, as Star Trek time travel is so prevalent in Star Trek, you could probably just assume that all of them have issues with it.
I'm rewatching Breaking Bad at the moment, and also I've got Cobra Kai Season 5 to finish. And at least 2 episodes behind on She-Hulk, and I do intend to watch Rings of Power at some point.
I'm an episode behind on She-Hulk. I'm up to date on Lower Decks. I need to watch Stranger Things. Now! Watching Sandman with my watch. As I had a wonderful surprise, I actually know one of the actresses in it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. He plays one of the Fates. Okay, stop this. Stop. Someone's quite good, though. I can't imagine there's a lot of things that the lead finds work for and comes across as rather emotionless.
Yeah.
So I do suppose that is part of the point. Because he is Dream of the Endless.
Yeah.
And also, Lucifer Morningstar gets the respect they deserve. There's a sort of a moment where Lucifer's more powerful than you, boss? Behind the creator, Lucifer is the most powerful being in existence.
Yeah.
They don't quite look like David Bowie, which was how they looked in the original Sandman comics. They're physically based on David Bowie.
Well, that's a shame.
But given the distinct lack of David Bowie in the world, I think it's fair enough that they decided to change that.
Yeah. There are those that say David Bowie was the one holding the fabric of the universe together. As the year he died was, in many people's in many people's opinion that I've encountered, the year everything went to crap.
Well, at least it's a year that people started noticing everything was crap.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will take your Chiquadea and stab you in the eye with it.
We don't need this kind of get out of here.
Sorry for the blood I get on your fabric.
That was a mean one. So it's like, I don't want to suggest that David Bowie was holding the fabric of the universe together, but gestures broadly at everything.
Leave me alone. Madness.
We're going to have a moment where we determine how much of the Britain the Queen was holding together. Because, you know, the nation's grandma.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was stabbing the doctor then.
That would be very counterproductive.
I'm the doctor who comes to save the day. Why are you stabbing me? The old AV Bike musical YouTube channel. I like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they completely died not long afterwards, though. Well, about a year or two, maybe.
Yeah.
which, given the time that they'd supposedly be going for at that point, felt very likely.
Speaking of David Bowie, like, isn't it weird how many celebrity deaths were just localized in the year 2016?
A lot, and a lot of them close together.
Yeah, and they stopped when 2016 ended.
Yeah, or it was celebrities we didn't care about so much.
And then the following year, remaining celebrities were being outed as sex pests.
Yeah, it's telling me I'm getting too far away from my target, but it's also highlighting this area as an area I need to go.
Yeah.
Because it's just giving me the red symbols. Okay.
The SharePlay session will end in 5 minutes. How do you want to proceed?
Would you like to have a go at the game you bought?
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, so at the end of this SharePlay, you can take over and it should be, I'm fine to keep going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and just go to try and run closer to some of the target.
I'm just going to disappear for 5 seconds. I'll be right back. Try not to
die.
Try not to do anything that requires my input in the next minute or so.
Try not to open any menus.
It's still a weird restriction. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah, apparently he can't manage this beeping ladder. Let's try and lower my notoriety a little, given how much murder I've been committing. Oh, I'm just going to have to swim this, aren't I? Because I don't seem to be getting any closer. I also didn't mean to die, I just want to swim.
So which part of your pathetic experience on this?
I have one sword. I will yeet it into your throat. Oh, being one of the highlighted points on there, it seems that wasn't one of the areas I needed to clear out.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello. Just to let you know, I cleared out one of the areas highlighted in red, and it wasn't one of the ones that actually increases the class.
Oh. Damn.
Yes. I think it's just a large group of enemies. And I'm going to stop now because we've got less than a minute till it swaps over. So,
Okay.
pause it. Pause it.
Just a second. I will. Like, I'm gonna. And just like it ended just as I was going to end it and re-invite you.
Yes.
Share your screen. Okay, and
returning slowly but surely.
Right.
Yeah, we've been going for 2¼ hours, just so you know.
Okay, yeah, I'm good to keep going though.
Yeah.
It's probably good that you right, okay, let's.
What's the matter?
Yep.
And I did manage to disarm one of these blokes.
Yeah. Okay.
You might also want to heal. Yeet. Yeah, this sword, not very assassiny.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of the areas there. Apparently I hadn't killed enough.
Huh.
So actually you need to kill all of the ones that are highlighted in red.
Kill everyone. Now that I can do.
Yes, now that is the auditory way.
This is the way.
But you there!
It's remarkable how little blood Ezio gets on himself, given he's wearing white.
Yeah.
Hey, get the Eccolo! You won't get away!
And how he basically hugs people he's stabbing.
Yeah.
Get the Raju! There!
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. But actually.
Oh, he's got the short blade, not the throwing knives.
Ow. Ow. Whoa.
At least there was water under you.
Yep.
If that had been me, that would have been straight onto the bridge.
Okay. Oh wait, no, I see.
A cat like tread on the prey we steal.
Oh.
Got knives quick.
Oh, for God's sake!
Okay, that's a moment to heal up.
Yeah. Oh.
Come down to join you.
But you there! There! Get him!
Die by your own blade, mongrel. Not even worth mine. Much fancier.
Handle envy. Hilt envy, as it were.
Cross guard. As it is.
We had better warn the boat and find any who saw the deed.
I think technically, actually, it would be a basket guard.
Yeah.
Come back here! Raju, get him! There! I see him! There!
Join us.
Thank you for jumping off the building for me.
I was blocking. Ah,
Well, you didn't
must-
take much damage from
I
it.
must have unlocked. I must have. The lock-on must have disappeared. I must have accidentally deactivated that.
His face!
This
I see
seems
him!
like a fireplace to fight.
I can't see him anymore!
Ah, good. That was the one you needed to kill. Oh, that went flying with the Wilhelm scream, almost.
Yep. Well begun is half done. Alright.
Okay, now there's another exclamation mark. You might want to grab some more potions.
Yeah.
Or go to a fast travel point, the village chest full again.
Yeah. And where is the nearest fast travel point? I mean, there is a...
Up and to the left.
Yeah. There is a synchronization point near. I think I'll get that.
Yeah.
It's worth doing.
Yes, it's that tall building opposite.
Indeed. Okay.
You want to skirt sideways on that one because it's above it.
Ah, right, okay. Ah, I see.
Yeah. I know how to climb them, I just seem utterly incapable of actually doing it.
Yeah. Well, your controller doesn't seem to be that cooperative.
Yeah, so I need to look into a new one of those, along with 2 new micro USB chargers and a new very old
Very
Apple
old
charger.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's the old design charger, but I need a new one.
Right. Yeah. Oh, is that for a phone?
Yeah. You mean the next expansion for Star Trek Online? It's not the main villain of the thing overall, because that was Akiv, then the Iconians, then Gem. But it is Will Wheaton's Wesley Crusher in the Mirror Universe, and the other, their version of Vija.
Interesting. As much as I like the idea of certain MMOs, I seem completely incapable of sticking with them.
Yeah, it can be hard. Yeah, if you ever feel up for it, Star Trek Online's a good one, as it were.
I think we played Star Wars The Old Republic together exactly one time.
Yes, with one time in total. Yeah, and yeah, you can get Star Trek Online for free on PS5 and Steam.
Cool.
Yeah.
I would probably get it on PS5. I just find consoles more comfortable to use.
Yeah, I play it on computer. PS5 is ever so slightly behind in terms of like events and release and the PC version.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so like you'll get the updates of new content as much as a month after it's been out of the PC, pending.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we can group stream it. It would it would definitely be possible. Oh, Dan, you got Star Trek Bridge Crew for
Yes, it's somewhere. I've got it. I'd need to delete something and re-download it because my thing's pretty full currently.
Yeah.
So,
It's a really good VR game. Even if you don't have VR, it's a good game.
yeah. No, sister, you are not getting more money from us.
Not today.
Not today. That's what I had to say.
Let's just look at the book.
Salute, Claudia.
You here to look at the book?
Summary. Completion 80%.
That could be like we've got various bits in there that are not complete, so that could be it.
A presto,
Is there
Ezio.
something we need to do in the codex page room? The next one along?
It's
'Cause
flashing.
it's just got it's got that. I never know if it's like a if we the pedestal press collecting all the codex. There we go. We've added a load more.
I think that's every single one we've collected.
Yeah, it will be. So check with Sister again, because there's one bit in the book that lists how many codex pages. So this will just
Salute, Claudia.
help
You
us
here to
know
look
how
at the
many
book?
we've got left to find. So
Shops, renovations, collections.
only
20.
9 more. That's
Yeah.
not too bad.
A presto, Ezio.
Okay, so we now just need to visit the shops, restock on anything,
Yep.
which is throwing knives and medicine,
Yep.
repair any equipment, and
Then let's go kill people.
yeah, then go back to murder.
Prices so low, you won't believe your eyes.
Alright, armor.
Nothing new. New items have a solid black diamond next to them, so
Yep.
that helps identify it.
Oh,
We need 1 knife.
If we're ever going to go to I don't think I'll
Send
bother
me
with
your
that.
amici.
I don't have a VR setup, so I wouldn't.
Also,
Might
like,
be
if-
some new
Now, don't be shy.
belts / pouches.
I don't... Oh, some more florins in the chest. We could go and get them.
Truly, I am blessed.
Yeah.
Screw it. We're here.
Better prices than these,
Yes,
I mean.
we'll get them now. Then we will see if there's any more pouches and stuff.
Screw it. I don't think I'll bother with VR. I mean, it was clearly built as a VR game. They added the non-VR mode later. But, okay, if that's...
Well, yeah. I don't have the VR setup, so that's my reason.
Yeah. Also, you don't know, and it's not really worth 300 quid to find out if you can even handle VR, because a lot of people really don't get on with it.
Yeah, there's an augmented reality experience for Van Gogh artwork going on at in Bristol at the moment, and there is a VR part of that. But
Right.
it's only about 5 minutes, so it's not really enough to tell if you can cope with it.
I mean, I managed to acclimatise myself. Will my PS4 VR stuff work with my PS5? The headset will, the camera won't unless you have an adapter. And you do need the camera to do it. So the answer is yes, but you do need an adapter.
Which is cheaper than buying all of it again.
Yeah. They are working on PSVR 2 for the PS5.
Should you change your mind?
And depending on if that's a sizable upgrade... hold on, did I even check everything?
Yes, you did. Because it's pouches and dye on this one.
Yeah.
Oh well,
And
next
nothing
time.
has a big
Ciao.
one. And we're going to need... There won't be any more paintings, but... Medicine.
Medicine. Yeah. At the moment, I just can't be bothered.
Traditional
It
race.
is...
And the
It is a bit of a headache to set it up.
Do you know
May
the
wellness
medicine man?
remain
The
your
medicine man?
companion.
The medicine man!
Yes, I know the medicine man.
Who lives on Drury Lane? I read it Montiago, or wherever this is.
Okay.
With the many prostitutes.
I can't remember where we were and where we're supposed to go.
Venice.
But but we'll soon. Venice, San Marco, Thieves Guild,
San Polo Bridge was the one we took, so it's probably the nearest one to where we want to go.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Star Wars Squadrons was exactly what I got a VR headset hoping to one day experience. Like, just being able to fly a starfighter in VR.
Yeah, and then Squadrons just got boring.
Yeah.
It's like there wasn't really any change after the Defender and B-Wing as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and like, there's not much more to it. The storyline was barely present at all. And it was
grabbing me so little that I didn't actually finish it. Seriously,
and it was an extended tutorial for the multiplayer. That's what it was.
And I went into the multiplayer quite early, and you don't want to go on that boat because that takes us to the area in which we got on the boat earlier.
Oh, okay.
We want the exclamation mark.
Yeah, so it wasn't thinking. I just wish Squadrons had a better story. Well, the problem with expanded material in anything, especially ongoing properties, is that it kind of has to tiptoe around important characters.
And it also sort of like has to tiptoe around other stories that may not be produced in the end.
With more consequence and preferably Hera dead at the end. Well, what I'm saying now is exactly why that didn't happen. Like, I would have respected them for killing off Hera in a video game that comparatively few people will play. And that's not because I've got anything against Hera Syndulla. I like that character. But, like, do you know how... Did you know, and I didn't know this, the reason why Lawrence Fishburne's Morpheus isn't in The Matrix Resurrections... Well, it's because he couldn't do scheduling conflicts, but the in-universe reason is that Morpheus was canonically killed off in the Matrix MMO in the early 2000s, and they stuck to that.
Which is surprising.
Yeah.
Especially considering, like, I could wager that only about 3 people who watched the films knew there was a Matrix MMO in the early 2000s.
I certainly didn't. Yeah. But, like, you know, that's definitely an exception to the rule of, like, with an ongoing franchise such as Star Wars, supplemental material is going to be either inconsequential or self-contained, because, yeah, it has to be one. The Matrix MMO had a very poor story. I'll take your word for it. I'm not really interested in what it was, to be honest.
There are a fair number of people who would argue that after the first one, The Matrix just had a very poor story overall.
It definitely was never as good as the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, to the point that it's hard to believe they were made by the same people.
There he is, Spazzo! You think
The
you can
third one,
outrun
apparently, the Sweaty Cave rave is the main thing anyone remembers from it. Yeah, I find it hilarious that The Matrix 4 came out of the same week as Bill and Ted 3.
Yes.
And originally there was plans for John Wick 4 to come out around the same time.
Oh, it would have been the week of Keanu.
It still very much is. It's just it didn't have the other badass I can kill everyone character that he plays. John Wick. Which is something to keep in mind when you eventually watch the John Wick films. 1, 2, and 3 basically take place over 2 weeks.
Interesting.
Which, given some of the stuff that happens in them, you gotta go bloody hell. Also, you'd be aware of it if you watch the latest death battle between Bond and Wick.
I did, yeah.
I disagree with the end of that for a couple of reasons. The main one being they predict Bond with a load of gadgets which canonically he never had at the same time.
Yeah. Well, what Death Battle has always done, though, is they don't use a character from any point in their timeline. They concoct a hypothetical maximum-powered version of that character based on everything that's known about them.
But they also tend to stick to one continuity,
Yeah.
whereas Daniel Craig's Bond is a reboot of the older Bonds.
Yeah. I don't understand why that was, though, because I just watched them.
It was so they could go for a more gritty approach with it, seeing realistic, and so they could also bring Blofeld.
I mean, they could still have done those things. I mean, up
Yeah,
until the Brosnan years, I thought we all just kind of accepted that. I think we all just kind of accepted that James Bond exists in a floating timeline and will occasionally change his appearance and demeanour. And, like, oh no!
Good catch.
Okay, I managed to not die.
You don't actually seem to be getting any closer to the objective.
Yeah, this is true. But, the fact that Matrix Resurrection followed on from the other is all the reason I need to not watch it. You already weren't going to watch it, and it wasn't for that reason.
Yeah. The fact it might have a bit that links into the MMO doesn't necessarily mean that it has any other connection to it other than being in a shared universe. And it could very well be a much, much better story than the MMO, any of the games they've ever produced, which have all been dreadful, 3 and 2.
I'd say, like, it's better than 2 and 3, but doesn't touch the first one.
No, the first one was sort of revolutionary, as it were, in terms of, like, filmmaking as well as the idea that we're all living in a computer.
Yeah, the Matrix one stands alone still, and frankly, I don't think we need another one.
Yeah.
You should bet! He's bolting! Stop him!
Mr.
He's getting away!
Oh, I thought he said he's molting there. Is that what? Is Ezio going bald? What the? Okay, what is this area I'm in, and what am I meant to do?
The area kill.
I'm afraid I haven't been paying much attention. Oh, is it kill archers?
It is kill something.
There he is!
It's quite possible that it's just taking it off because you're in combat, because they don't always keep them up.
Ah, right. Oh, yep, that is true.
Yeah.
This must be a thing that you need to be anonymous to engage with, then. Because it disappears when you're not.
Well, it took every marker off of the map when you were in combat,
Yeah.
so that's probably just how combat
Could
works.
hide from a man this skilled.
At first I was getting it with work, and then I heard... Okay, that is the worst reasoning to not watch a film I've ever heard, and I've...
Because there's definitely been worse rumours coming out for all Star Wars films than have come out for The Matrix Resurrection. You're also walking further away from the objective again.
Damn it. Sorry.
You're on the right building and then you jump to another one.
What is wrong with me today?
You're talking about other things.
Get distracted.
Oh good, they're all up. With Delta comes dodgy flight
This time.
controls.
You did it. It's beautiful.
See. Now let's hope your idea works.
Did it, it's beautiful.
Because
You
we're
set
nearly
fire
out
to
of
the
time.
city.
Listen close, Ezio. You're going to want to fly from fire to fire.
I'll
The
find
heat
her
of
if I
each
have to
one
burn
you
down
pass
all of
should lift you
Paris.
back up in the air again.
Bene.
Careful.
Fire.
There's archers out on the
Dark
roofs.
fire.
Avoid those arrows, or it will be a short trip.
I wish there was some way I could use my sword while flying these things.
Well, you do have your feet free. If you get close enough without taking an arrow in the head, maybe you could kick them off the building.
Nice.
It's now or never, amico mio.
Pilot Leonardo's flying machine to the Palazzo Ducale. Once inside, assassinate Carlo Romani. Straightforward.
Jose! Shoot! Shoot the flying demon!
The flying demon.
It's me, let's
Okay.
go.
Oh god, no, fuck it!
Basically, you need to move the L stick in the opposite direction of what you want, so up or down.
Yeah.
So if you want to go up, pull it down.
Yeah. No, that's actually what feels natural to me for flight controls, but for some reason I got a bit muddled there.
Yeah.
Jose! Shoot! Shoot the flying demon!
Or don't.
Not in Himmel.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to want to catch as many fires as possible because you've got quite a distance to go.
Yeah.
Not those kinds of fires, though, for the archers. Burn him as a witch.
Yeah.
Apparently, you're being encouraged to kick enemies as well.
I will if any of them get close enough to within kicking distance. But oh, right, okay. Where is a fire? I need a fire!
I think we're out of fires.
Oh no!
Oh, no, there's a couple. Try pushing up.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh. You can run, but you can't glide. The key reason is not to waste my money on something that was supposed to entertain me, but succeeds only in irritating me. Yeah, but you only get irritated at things because YouTubers tell you to.
Jose! Shoot! Shoot the flying demon!
You sound like Sonic underwater looking for bubbles.
I need a fire!
I need a fire!
No, that's not a fire that way.
Ugh.
Okay, yes, you can kick people, but that might not help with the situation.
Okay.
There's apparently a fire somewhere this way. It's pretty low.
I mean, how the hell?
I think go the route you did the first time.
Yeah.
Because there seems to still be fires that way.
Right, so it's not necessarily... That time I tried to make a straight beeline for the target, whereas before I was following the fires.
Jose! Shoot! Shoot the flying demon!
Okay, okay. Follow the fire!
The strength of fire breathing comes from the breath.
Yes. Uncle Iroh.
Yeah, it explains why they have so much, like, woodwind instruments.
Yeah.
Okay, you're getting turning because you're not approaching any fires.
Yeah, there's 3 down there.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And there's one upcoming.
Yeah. Almost landed in that one.
Okay, this is going to be a bit of a stretch, this one. Up, Ezio, up.
Come on, come on. Oh no! He's got a burning arrow in the wing. I used to be a flying machine like you, but then I took an arrow in the wing.
Yeah. Okay, there's one that's vaguely on the right. Yeah, going to crash into that tower if you're not careful.
Oh!
Hey!
I think we have made it.
And and you've taken out a large van as well.
What was that?
Don't worry. Probably just kids with firecrackers. Come.
Those are some impressive firecrackers those kids have.
Yeah. Okay. Eagle vision. Oh well, I have a target area to go to.
Stop! Signore, don't drink that!
You are too late. The Doge is dead.
What? Carlo?
Apologies, Signore. But you should have listened to me when you had the chance. Seems you have failed, assassin.
Forgive me, Signore. I tried.
Why? What was it all for?
Assassino! Assassino! He's killed the Doge! The Doge is dead!
Wow, much tragedy.
You're being blamed for it, mate.
Gotcha. I can still do the assassination I came here to
It
do.
takes one assassin to kill another, it seems.
We kill thinking it's best for us. Do we not, Messer Ezio?
I do this not for myself. Compio questo
It
sacrificio
seems like
per
it's
il
better to
bene
do these late,
superiore.
because, like, after
But
dinner
we
and
are
everything, because that means there's no more obligations on our time.
Yes.
You killed me? You killed me?
That's going to be misconstrued as Ezio killing him.
Yep. There's one way to become anonymous. Kill everyone who currently knows you're there.
Remember your training. Take this man very, very seriously.
Well, there's a fair few more guards.
Careful, boys. He's no novice. We work together.
Come on, big guy. Have a swing. Oh no.
About you, ragazzi.
Oh! Okay, that hurt. Yeah!
Fortunately, they're very good at blocking the last ones. Plus they're ended up to do armor.
Disciplina wins the day.
Thanks for hitting your mate in the back
Keep your
for me.
wits about you, ragazzi. Go now! This one is different. Dive him down! Get
If you're meant to be sleeping at this time, you can go to sleep.
Yeah. Not really that great this time. I'm supposed to be sleeping at this. Yeah, by all means, don't let me keep you up.
Strike! Disciplina wins the day. You were tired with it, so no risky strikes. Wait for a good opening.
Come on, big guy, my back is turned. Come on. Oh. Getting the timing right is actually rather important.
Yes.
Cut off his escape! Just like that night in Alba! Capito?
I do appreciate you being here, Jack, but if it's going to be inconvenient for you in terms of sleep, I'd rather you just did what you had to do.
Keep your wits about you, ragazzi.
Hey, big guy, do you want to know what an axe feels like?
Just like that night in Alba!
Hey guys, how's your health plan? Apparently, it's great. Okay, now I can use my sword. Not that they deserve it.
Let me go, damn you!
You can feel free to run. I feel I should point out that you're nearing the 3-hour mark. Yep. Well, that means I'll have to reset the share play.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is with these streams, we have the short one is 2 and a bit hours.
Yeah.
Indeed, our last one for Assassin's Creed 1 was over 4 hours.
Yeah. I mean, the advantage of the share play thing is that we can tag in and out when we're fatigued. Theoretically, we could keep this going indefinitely.
Yes. So I do have to meet up with my brother tomorrow. So.
Ah, right.
I will probably, if we go after 1, or if it goes on to around 1 o'clock, I will probably have to tap out then. Okay, now you need to escape the area. For every witness who assumes it's you who killed the Doge is dead. There's also a chest in the corner, apparently, on a higher level.
Also, I assume you will anyway, but by all means, you know, point it out if you do need to go and we can end the stream at any point. There's no reason to jeopardize your schedule.
Yeah, no, it's a having lunch with my brother, so it's sort of like I'll need to be up around midday.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, or a bit earlier.
Haven't I seen you before? Haven't I seen you before?
You won't be seeing me again. Okay, so we've got to escape the area.
Yes.
And become anonymous, which will mean tearing down a great many posters, it seems. Oh, bugger.
Oh, that roll saved a lot of health.
Yeah.
Stop a moment!
No.
Actually, at this rate, it's only 3 posters or 1 noble.
Yeah. Like, people must really hate the nobles for you to become less notorious by killing one.
Ezio Auditore, people's man.
And this works for me because I want to acclimatise myself for longer streams. I have plans in that regard. Or, like, ideas, I guess.
It's also probably the only way we're going to get through some of the later ones in any decent length of time.
Yeah. The only, like, full series run I've done before was Kingdom Hearts, and that is quite a one to start with, let me tell you.
That's mad. Just trying to even understand the timeline.
I played through it, and I still don't.
Yeah, or indeed, what is the actually going on?
Yeah.
I think it might just there's water on the side to your left.
Okay.
So if you jump off there, you should jump into the river.
But oh no.
The other left.
You said left and I went right. What the hell?
Yeah, heads the other left.
Yeah, oh, there's a bridge, but...
Yeah. If you look, there's water.
Okay.
Which doesn't damage you when you jump into it.
It does kill you if you land on the only bit of land that is there.
But it registered as out of the area first, so the quest completed. Oh, that's bad.
Oh. I mean, Spectre was rubbish, but it was still a better death for Blofeld than being dropped down a chimney in a wheelchair, even though that scene was hilarious.
Wasn't he arrested at the end yet? Not killed, arrested. Spectre.
I don't know. Probably. You're probably right. I only saw it the once in the cinema and I didn't think it was very good. It had its moments. But it was mostly trying to say everything was connected when it very clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spectre's sort of like Moriarty, it's a consulting criminal. Okay, so you need to interact with the door. It's the only time Ezio takes his hood down and doesn't look like Desmond. In
Ezio!
cutscenes.
Dio mio! You're alive! Is it true? They say you killed the Doge.
I was trying to save him, Leonardo. But the truth matters little. I failed. And now I'm the most wanted man in Venezia.
Well, perhaps you are in luck. It's Carnevale in Venezia. This is the time when everybody goes without a face.
That's why I'm here. Do you have a mask I can wear?
Of course, of course. Somewhere in here.
Ah, yes, we're about to get
Grazie,
Carnivale, so
amico
it's full
mio.
of
And I have something for you.
Oh,
In
more of the
the
codex.
masquerade.
This one's quite complex. It's a new design.
I still can't get over the
mechanism
fact
for your wrist,
that The
but
Phantom
not
of the
a blade.
Opera has a sequel
fact, it seems
that
to be a
entails
kind
him
of
negotiating a
armata
hostage
focal,
situation
but as
and
small as a
contains the
hummingbird.
line, "Give me the
Is that
gun,
possible?
Mick."
I have no idea. Let's build it and find out.
Give me the gun, Meg.
That seems like a parody, but it's real.
Andrew Lloyd Webber, based upon in part The Phantom Takes Manhattan, which is the literary sequel.
Good lord.
Also, we should now have the hidden gun, which is what we're testing out now. Quest.
Was this the invention of the gun?
The gun technically exists at this point, but it's very popular in sort of like a lot of things. I think we just want to be on the building. But the hidden gun is a wheel lock gun on the hidden blade, obviously, which is quite advanced for the time period, given we're at its precursor flintlock, historically speaking.
Yeah.
So you need to press R1.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to do this bit anyway, would you?
Yeah, not without your help anyway. So L2 to lock on.
Alright.
Yeah, you need to wait till the diamonds are in alignment to actually hit. Okay, you can do it from where you're standing. Look up.
Come on, where are you? Okay, let's go along here. There you are.
So,
why aren't you locking on? Okay, let's try and get a little bit closer. There we go.
Our beloved Doge has died, and I now have a gun.
The longer you hold, the better your chances to hit.
Yeah, so the longer it gets, so the better the line, the better your hit chance.
Yep.
And now you need to return to Leonardo.
Hooray!
I don't think it is technically a Derringer, because a wheel lock is how it's done.
You done me good, brother.
Ma certo. But I'm sure your
the
return was
Derringer
not
also
just to
uses
play
a
with new
much smaller
toys.
caliber and
Is it about this
self-contained
terrible new
propellant,
Doge they've installed?
whereas this still
Marco
relies on black
Barbarigo?
powder.
Then you'll want to speak with your friend Antonio. I've seen him quite a bit lately at a mutual friend's. I'd look for him there,
Derringer is
in the
much more
Dorsoduro
advanced
district,
than this,
to the
isn't
south.
it? It's a lot
Ask for
smaller.
Sister Theodora.
Sister?
Well, in a way, yes, sister. And Ezio, you can't be carrying weapons out there today.
Grazie, Leonardo. Now, about that mask.
Those just happened to die before Carnivale, and then the assassins get them out. So, there might be some new equipment about. Given now we've got the gun suggests a new period has come along.
Yeah, okay. The Carnivale mask keeps you incognito for the duration of Carnivale, despite your otherwise very distinctive outfit. Oh, there's a blacksmith.
Yeah. I suspect it's the seamstress we'll probably get the most benefit from initially. Okay. Ooh.
Ah, Missaglius vambraces and chest guard. 12,000 florins.
That's barely anything.
Missaglius chest guard. Nearly 28,000 florins.
That's a bit more painful.
I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that, but oh well. Okay, let's see what we got. No more weapons. Small ones? Nope. Ammunition? Well, we have bullets now.
This is where we buy bullets. Apparently, despite firing 3, we only used 1.
Hmm.
Well, I suppose you only appear to be calm.
Right. Montelligione is value.
Yes, it seems when the armour we wear, when we upgrade it, it goes on display and that increases the value of the villa.
Suffer solely in war we all take part. What's my melody?
Go away, I will push you slightly and you shall drop your loot. Okay. The pouches might be here.
Ah, yes, knife belt upgrade. Oh,
Yeah.
Gonna need to go back to the blacksmith now.
Buy more knives!
Yep.
Yeah, and no upgrade for bullets just yet.
Another satisfied client.
Well, we only just got them.
Yes, you think there'd be a pouch available that would be conveniently bullet-sized?
Oh, Jack, I think I know why some of your comments aren't displaying. The VPN keeps reconnecting me to the chat, which means I'm not connected all the time. As again, I forgot to turn that off, and I can't really do it now without killing the stream. So,
Ammunition. Apparently, the pouch comes with a knife.
yeah.
Well, one man's gun is as
Conveniently.
good as another's.
Although we can't actually see the knife belt on him with all the knives in it. That'd be cool.
As opposed to Altair, where we could see the knives.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the weapons.
Well, you can see some of the knives.
Hmm.
It was just briefly at an angle, or maybe that was the buttons. Anyway. Yes, we need to hunt down. Talk to Sister what's her name.
What are we going back to the villa? Or
Exclamation mark. Oh, codex page.
yes, murder time.
Life expectancy? About 5 more minutes. All right, die! Ha, nice try!
Notice how little our health actually went down for being hit 4 times.
Yeah, and then it went back,
Yeah,
back up again. This new armor is pretty good.
yeah. And we only need 1 more piece of it. And in theory, the Altair 'Altair' armor might be even better.
Yeah.
Bring me while at the helm. What of the Carnivale? 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 What here, Bifolco.
You should not be up. Get down. You shouldn't be up here. You! There! There! Get in!
I've decided you're not worth my sword.
Yep. Let's test this on a person.
On an actual person. Boy, that's loud.
Yep.
As one would expect from a gun.
Yep. Who needs courage when you have a gun?
Yeah. That's the Indiana Jones sword fight and Raiders. And the only reason.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, Seb, how are we doing? We were beginning to think you weren't coming.
3 hours. It's 5.5 minutes in.
I tell you what, I am going to open the Twitch app on my phone to make sure I was just with Paris. What, the whole city? Sorry. I'm going to open the Twitch app on my phone to make absolutely sure I don't miss any more comments.
Yeah.
Marsha. Oh no. No, come on, where's the stream manager thing? Switch to creator mode, yes? Stream manager, here we go. Okay, good. How is she? Yes, how is she? Contextual camera. I thought you said cremator mode. Fun. Yeah. Okay. Planning drinks for tomorrow since we all get our loans. Oh, I remember those days. When you first get your student loan. I believe I treated you and 2 of my other friends to a screening of Logan on such a day. In the director's hall.
Something like that. Oh. Yeah, so those days always dangerous, aren't they? Because you suddenly have money, so you want to spend it, but you also like, this has got to last me 3 months.
Yeah. I'm getting absinthe and all of the proper stuff that goes with it on Amazon next day delivery when I'm paid. Well, absinthe makes the heart grow fonder.
It also makes grown men walk into windows quite easily. My experience of it. Not me having it, I was watching the people having it.
So we said hello. Yeah. Oh, Seb wants you to tell us more.
Yeah. Oh, it was family barbecue many years ago with my former stepmom's family. They always had one, and there was always so much alcohol. And at the end of it, the host decided to dig out his 20-year-old bottle of absinthe that he hadn't opened yet. No, these are all Scots, so harder drinkers.
Antonio,
And,
we need to talk.
With it, took about 3 shots for him.
Ezio Auditore!
And he was so drunk.
Yes, that's why he didn't know it was Ezio. The mask is what revealed it was Ezio.
Madonna. Ah, Sister
Yeah, and,
Theodora.
He
I never imagined
had,
you as a religious type.
sliding glass doors as we were
Depends
eating
how you
outside.
understand religion, my son.
And he
It's
went
not just
in
men's
to
souls
get
that call
something,
for
and then we're
soothing.
coming back
Come,
out. He walked
join us,
into the
Ezio. Have a
double
drink.
door
Meet the
section
ladies.
now because we left it open. So instead of the obvious open bit, it was the
So,
non-open
Messer
bit.
Ezio, let's see just how talented you are. After
Oh,
him.
you've got a chase coming up.
Chase down and kill the murderer. Oh, chase down and kill. Fun.
Yes, because he just murdered a prostitute.
Now that's just...
Stole her money.
Don't come any closer,
or I will carve up another one.
He wants you to shoot them, apparently.
Don't
Yep.
make me kill again.
Right, which one is he? Which?
You'll need to use Eagle Vision.
Come on. Oh, there he is. He's holding a hostage like that. I mean, I could have used a throwing knife. It would have had the same effect and been quieter. But I suppose for dramatic effect.
Yes, what's happened in Assassin's Creed is we've gained the least quiet method of assassinating someone imaginable in this period. A gun.
A gun. Jesus Christ. Don't make me kill again. People can only carry on walking.
You've just got to go back to the building you were in.
Well, at least he didn't have to do parkour like some irresponsible child.
You have our gratitude, Ezio.
Why is it wherever you go, trouble follows?
Antonio, I trust you know why I'm here.
I imagine to rid Venice of Marco Barbarigo. But really, Ezio, we did this once already. And this new Templar Doge is a bigger culo than the last. Never mind that he never leaves the palazzo.
Yes, except for tonight. Marco wouldn't dare miss Carnevale.
How do you know this?
In fact, he's throwing the biggest party of them all. But getting in won't be so simple. You'll need a golden mask for entry. And before you think about forging one,
Coke on a
keep
flight,
in
Tim
mind,
Allen over
each
here.
mask
Oh!
is numbered. Fortunately for you, I have an idea. Let's see if we can't win you a mask.
How are you getting it onto the flight?
What is it?
Nah, we know what you meant.
You want to ask me something?
I do.
Now in
Forgive
Carnevale,
me, but
we've got to win
why
the
is it you
mask.
wear a nun's habit if you aren't one?
Whoever said I wasn't? Indeed, I am married to the Lord.
And yet you are also a courtesan. You run a bordello.
So, I see no contradiction. How I choose to practice my faith, what I choose to do with my body. These are my choices to make. Like many young women, I was drawn to the church, but grew disillusioned by the believers of the city. Men hold God only as an idea in their heads, not in the depths of their hearts and bodies. Men must know how to love in order to reach salvation. My girls and I provide that to our congregation. No church would agree with me, I realized, so I created my own. It may not be traditional, but men's hearts grow firmer in my care.
She sounds like
Among
someone
other
doing a
things,
count from
I'm
Sesame Street. Oh my god, she does.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'll just re-invite you to the share play. You good to go for another hour?
Yeah. Or thereabouts.
Did you want to tag in, or are you good to just watch?
I'm good to just watch.
Okay. Stop.
Have you seen the name of the mission?
None the wiser. Puns. One bordello.
Puns. The highest form of wit.
I really shouldn't say any more about my flight, but I'd like to.
Signore! Come on, come on!
That's a nasty
The
habit
games
to
of
get
Carnevale are
into.
about to begin. Do you have the coraggio to compete for as grand a prize as this?
Oh god, if we just get 2 more viewers, we'll be in the top 10% of Twitch
The
channels.
Golden Mask will provide entry for one, a uno solo, to our most beloved Doge's personal ball. Who would not desire such
Are
an
we going for a
exceptional
4th hour
reward?
here? Yes.
Come, compete.
You
Whoever proves themselves champion
Jack going
in
on
each
for a
of
couple
4
grams
games
like
today
Ezio.
shall be the Doge's personal guest tonight.
The Doge's personal guest. Wow, much
You
honour.
best get to it, Ezio.
Many accolades.
Yeah, it's sort of like our beloved Doge. Dude. It's like he's been Doge for a day. If that.
Yeah. Brilliant. Doge is a meme.
This may be
Yeah.
the easiest challenge
Well,
yet, or the hardest.
the previous Doge died, and we've been accused of killing the Doge.
Step right up! Who shall win the prize?
Do I kill him?
You talked to him
Welcome!
and complete his
Gentlemen,
task.
whether
There's
you
a
win
couple
or
of them.
lose, this will certainly be your favorite game of the day. Ladies,
It's a
here's how the
specific
game
doll.
is played. All the ladies in the district have ribbons. Your job is to obtain them. Whoever has the most before my hourglass runs out is one step closer to winning the golden mask.
He looks like a Latin M. Bison, does he?
Yeah, you need to pickpocket ribbons off ladies.
Okay.
So hold down R2.
Oh, right. No, not R2. L2, isn't it?
Yeah, and then just press steal is X. and you
Trouble
do
for a
the-
ribbon.
Alright, I didn't so much pickpocket them as mug them that time.
Yes, that seems to be the way.
Hello.
Hello, ladies. Yes, my name is Ezio Auditore de Firenze. What of it? Yes, I
Thought
am
that
the
would steal
good
you.
eye. Get out of my way, Bart.
Steal ribbons from girls. Our hero, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I also pickpocketed that bard, but serves him right.
Yes, it's better than the other option, which is punch in the face with a lethal weapon.
Get out, you bard. Ah. Seb has arrived, and with him, puns.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you're going to need to get 25 of them, given the time. Here's a large collection of women. Ladies?
You're all looking lovely this afternoon.
Lovely
Mind if I
ladies.
join
I smell women, smell them in the air. Think I'll drop my anchor in that harbour over there. Ladies.
Oh, I just need one more ribbon.
Even stalkers need a little stroke.
Here's a large collection of ladies, Dan 2022. Ah. There was...
It appeared you failed to steal from that group.
Ah.
Or not.
Gotcha.
Hello.
Yes.
We have a winner! You have more ribbons than any man here. You've proved yourself a favorite of the ladies, and are now one step closer to the greatest prize of all time.
I don't think stealing proves you a favourite of the ladies. That's some dangerous thinking right there.
Well, it's the implication is you seduced them for them.
I didn't though, I just walked up and snatched them.
Yeah. But, yeah. Right, there's 2 more of them you need to do.
Oh, good. I wish... Like, I miss when controllers had this thing called battery life.
Any particular reason?
It's just flashed up that mine is low.
Oh, yes.
Charged it earlier today before we started. It's like, I've never had to charge the PS3 controller for the Metal Gear runs.
Yeah, it seems very much that battery life in controllers is very much of it has to be plugged in to work.
Which defeats the purpose of batteries and wirelessness.
Yeah, but I was more saying the days in which controllers had a battery life was the days in which they didn't work if they were unplugged, full stop.
Yeah. Huh.
So, PS1, PS2 era.
Yeah. The PS3 seems to have decent and the Switch Pro controller has good battery life. Okay, I don't actually know where I'm meant to go next. Like, it seems like the... Oh, a codex page.
Yeah.
I'll get that later. But, okay, first, I think I'm going to get that viewpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would anyone carry on like that?
Short time, any time, my dear. Costs a little extra if you want to take a year.
Man, it makes it doesn't. Man who has it doesn't want it, and the man who uses it doesn't know.
You should not be up here, Stolt. There! No, you don't.
Put him up, put him up, put him up. Queen Okay. Is it?
Coffin. The answer to the riddle.
Ah, yeah, that works. That's well done, Dan.
It's certainly something we're putting a lot of people into.
Yeah. Yeah, the manufacturers must love the assassins.
Yeah. Right, we still need to get to the exclamation points, really.
Yeah. There's probably a Templar conspiracy that the assassins are all in the pockets of Big Coffin.
Oh no, the Templars are responsible for making coffins, making absolute killing at it.
Yeah.
The Templars own all the businesses that make the coffins.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're 90% inhabiting them, but they make an absolute killing at it.
Yeah. No, it is canon that the Templars basically own all major businesses behind the scenes. So yeah, that is probably true.
Yeah, I don't know why you're climbing up, given that it's on the ground level.
Because I wasn't paying attention is the answer to that.
Yeah, these are events for Carnivale. They don't involve being on the roof to start them.
Welcome,
It's very uncouth.
The rules of the game are simple. Outrun your opponents, take the flag from the middle of the field, and bring it back to your starting position to score. If the opposition holds the flag, you must knock them down to steal it. Be the first to capture the flag 3 times, and the golden mask may yet be yours.
Defeat your competition in a game of capture the flag.
You need to get 3 flags.
Retrieve the flag. A communist who's been beaten up.
I think you need the one who's in red.
Oh.
Or you can get the one that blue.
Oh no, the red guy is my opponent, the blue target is the flag.
Yeah.
Okay, now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
And the other half is the battle.
Yeah. The other half, the actual battle.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, come on. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, so I'd say for a lot of it, it's sort of faffing a bit there.
Yeah.
Whoop, there's a little wobble.
Flag acquired. Return to your base to score.
Run! Run away!
Run away! Run away! Ha!
Helpful solution. This is gonna hurt. Run away! Run away! To avoid this French Revolution.
Huh.
You of course ignored the ladder. That was helpfully there. Head to the gold bit.
Yep.
Oh, he's catching up.
No.
Opponent has the flag.
Oh no. Gun! Gun!
You have flag, I have gun.
Oh, I just
Love you.
leapt. Oh, he's going to his base. Oh, get ready for the next round. Okay.
You need to win the next 2 rounds. Ah! Okay, your base is down.
Oh. No.
The opponent has the flag.
Oh, no, you. How are you running so fast?
Especially considering you seem to be in a suit of armor.
Right, I think I'm gonna have to try and head him off.
By climbing up the building in sort of different directions to what he's going.
There is method to my madness.
There's also madness. You're going on a building that's near enough unconnected.
His scoring point is here.
Yes. And he's
Oh, damn it. Okay, I think you have to be the first to 3. It's not best of 3. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be playing.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems you need to be quicker because he's got the flag again.
Yeah, oh, god damn you. Alright. I'm not gonna outrun him, but I might.
Out parkour him?
Yeah. Not at this rate, but.
Not like that.
Yeah. Oh, bugger! No! Oh, this is not going well.
Damn you and your Saiyan pride.
Ah.
I believe that's your skull zone.
Yeah. Ah, bugger. You know you don't have any weapons to kill him with, right? I'm not supposed to kill him. I'm just supposed to outscore him. Alright, go, go, go.
Okay, now climb up, because you can't do what you did. Tried to do last time. Oop, slightly.
Oh god, no! Wrong button! Yeah. Okay, point 1.
It very much makes it so it is theoretically easier for you with a much shorter distance to go.
Yeah.
Jump! Doesn't seem to be able to parkour, he just can climb where there's a ladder.
Sucks to be him.
Yes, we say that when he's already beaten us once.
Yep. Points 2.
Get ready for the next round. But remember, he was even quicker this one on first running.
Yeah. Oh. I went the wrong way. Oh.
No, you didn't. You went the right way.
Yeah.
I think steel is what you need. Flag acquired, okay.
Okay.
You've got flag.
And he's knocked down. Right, run.
Climb up a surface. Because he's catching up with you.
Rapidly.
Yes, as I say, he's faster this time.
Yeah. I remember being quite taken aback with how fast he was running in round 3.
Yes.
Point 3. Once again, I win the game. You know you don't have any weapons to kill.
We have a winner! You've protected your flag and captured
I
the
want
enemies.
to see a movie about
You've
someone
proven
attempting to
yourself a
abduct
warrior
Anthony
without
Head so
fear,
that the
an inch
smile
ever
give me
closer to
head
victory.
back. He voices a character in one too, but I won't tell him.
He's an absolutely lovely chap. I've met him a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me.
Yeah, it was because he lives relatively near to. Well, he lives in a town outside of Bath, and at the time I was working in his nearest supermarket, it seemed.
Yeah.
But you also occasionally just see him while you're wandering around Bath.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of people I know who've met him generally say he seems to be one of the grumpiest people they've met. The general rule is, if he's with family, don't go up to him like any other celebrity, because they will be pissed off.
Yeah. It's like people think just because you're in the public eye, you know, you don't need private time, and like.
Not you. Where do you think you're going?
Well, that's that dealt with.
Yeah.
Yes. Your preference for climbing up buildings is slowing you down today, Ezio.
Yeah.
Because it's Carnivale, you can walk the streets.
Who's next? Step right up. Try for the best time. Can you beat your neighbors? Who shall win the...
I'll be fucking beating someone if this bar doesn't go away.
Benvenuti. Are you ready to test yourselves with a game of speed and endurance?
Speed and
Many
endurance.
challenges lie in your path. The game is simple, but finishing it, near impossible. Start when you're ready. The first contestant to beat the course record is one step closer to the golden mask.
Finish the race and beat the speed record set by the last contestant. Okay. Running. Okay. It's a checkpoint thing.
There's also a chance parkour will become involved like that.
Yeah. It undoubtedly will. Oh, no, get down.
Okay, you gotta get across.
Ah, just made it. No, what? How the... Oh, god damn.
The wrong side of the building, it seems.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'm gonna beat his time now. But it's still worth it. Oh! Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna now. Is there a restart from last checkpoint option?
I think just wait 30 odd seconds and it'll desynchronize you and take you back to the start.
If you came to get down and the opportunity to jump around, jump up, and get down. Jump into the... No. Oh, I see. You were supposed to jump around that. Okay, now we know.
You walked on the wrong side of the building.
Yeah.
I know technically you climbed up the roof, but the roof is a side.
Yeah, technically.
Out of my way, plebs. I have a time trial to beat. Look, I've waited 15 seconds have passed, and I've done all of this so far. Let the parkouring begin.
Indeed. Oh, nope.
No. Up again.
Right, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay. No, that was probably...
Like that would be the more sensible route than last time.
Yep.
Lower pot! Way!
Okay. Alright, I can't see... Oh! We might just make it. Depending heavily, of course, on the positions of the next... Yeah. I doubt it.
It's not necessarily impossible.
Oh!
By
Yes!
3 seconds.
It's been ages since I played this in even out.
The winners! You've proven yourself the fastest and strongest in Venezia! You are now one step closer to the grand prize!
Those two grumpy looking motherfuckers. And they're off. Bard, out of the way.
Step right up and join the fight! Do you have what it takes to defeat your opponents? Who will last? Benvenuti lottatori! The game is simple. There's only one rule, no weapons. Fight until you are the last man left standing. Will it be you or two? Who will win the golden mask?
I waited. They said no weapons, but they didn't say no armor.
Nope.
Which it seems to be a somewhat critical advantage.
Yep. And also, I'm wearing a Kestis.
Yeah, he's not out of the fight.
Don't let them get away!
Mind you, he's wearing armor too. You know, it's not completely unfair.
Here's when you have main character bullshit powers.
Yep.
Oh, he's wearing a lot of armor.
Put him up. Yeah.
Looks like this one thinks himself some kind of campeon. Go on, Dante. Show him how sadly mistaken he is.
Yes. Templar and Assassin engage in a fist fight.
It's actually quite an interesting
mission.
Yeah.
Welcome
Is
to the
there
game.
nobody else to challenge our man in the ring? Do we have a winner? Ah, we have combatants.
Oh, good. And they're armed.
So that's how it's going to be, eh?
Fine. If I'm not allowed to have a weapon when I walk in, I'll just take one of yours.
Yep.
That Chico Dare will do nicely.
In your position.
Yeah, I already killed 2 of you, right? 3. And 4.
Signora e signori, the games of
Yes, they killed
Carnivale
each
have
other.
come to a glorious conclusion. Come see our winner claim his golden mask. Our winner has proven himself the fleetest of foot, the strongest of champions, the wisest strategist, and clearly a favorite of the ladies. With 4 games won lealmente, the winner of the golden mask is... the winner of the golden mask is Dante Moro.
What about that Betsy bit?
Congratulations. We'll see you this evening.
If this were a wrestling event, this is where a chance of bullshit would erupt.
Oh, they pretty much were.
Yeah.
Cheaters never cross.
Cheating in one 36,000 in the village chest. We can...
Still, it only just went up, so it's still 20 minutes until the last slot goes in, and then another 20 minutes until, pardon me, the next lot will be due in.
But they just saw me effortlessly take out 4 of their armed guards without actually having a weapon on me.
Sorry, Ezio.
And they still think
Could
screwing
not
me
have
is a
known
good
Silvio
idea.
would cheat as he did.
You should have.
Yeah.
Sister, you told us to let you know if we saw that rotten culo who stole the golden mask. He's on his way to the Doge's party.
I will go. I can catch him before he arrives and take back the mask.
How? By killing the poor Stronzo?
Yes. You know what's at stake.
No. If you kill him, they'll cancel the party. And Marco will retreat back into his palazzo. We'll have wasted our time again. Steal the mask instead. Quietly.
My girls can help. They're already on their way to the party, all along the route. They can help you distract him while you acquire the mask.
Mission.
Va bene. I can do that.
He's taking back the mask because someone borrowed it months ago and never gave it back. It's his favourite movie.
Much darker source material than the film is.
Yeah, I have heard that. And the cartoon series was based on the film and not the source material.
Yeah,
So-
because the mask is a trapped Loki. Not saying like it's a Loki person, this is actually Loki, Norse god of mischief.
There's a codex
Well-
page there, I'll just pause to get it.
How do we deal with
And of course, because
troublemakers,
he's a
you
Norse
ask?
god
Death
of
comes for you
mischief,
now.
it's very much there. Go to
Okay,
the page and
good.
then you're going to need to Ego Vision to find Dante.
The Mask comic was very edgy, yeah. A faithful adaptation of the comic would sure be a ride. I'm sure it would.
Vergine Santa!
Gotta get higher.
Yeah,
Better-
that's what it feels like in the mask. Gotta get higher.
I believe there was a crossover with Lobo from DC. Says that. Sounds about right.
Lobo, admittedly, would be taking the absolute piss out of the mask because it's the epitome of like 90s edgelord, which Lobo was meant to be a parody of and take the absolute shit out of.
Try making a faithful adaptation of that.
It's possibly on the other direction, so so forward from here, because there's a couple of groups of guards that you barely flicked over, so we couldn't actually see what they were. If there was another colour, they're sort of underneath where you are now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Because he's unlikely to be on the roof, given he's a Templar walking to a party.
Yeah, the being on the roof was so that I could have a better vantage point.
Yeah. But it doesn't eagle vision through walls, so it actually hinders your view a lot of the time.
Right. Wonder if getting even higher would help. Jesse Pinkman be like, so well, I want a faithful adaptation of 007 in New York.
Don't let him escape.
Bless you. I don't know what he says, but it sounded like he said achoo. 007 in New York? My word.
Not be up here, Stolto.
Okay, right. Ground level it is then. Yeah. Gonna need to visit the doctor sometime soon.
Yeah, if you R1 open the circuit, should tell you how many you've got left. 7. So it's, oh wow, we've had 18.
This week I'm almost giving my labor away.
Or, no, that's knives, not potions. Had 8.
Okay.
Thy wounds, noble signor. Let their mark be not in. What's my melody? Not your liking.
You're back to where you started. So
yeah.
Turn around.
Oh wait. If we hire the courtesans.
All right then.
Yeah.
I mean, she did say she'd send some of her girls to help, so maybe it would.
I think it would sort of like help distract the guards and distract him.
Just
But we can't actually locate him.
Looking for a good time now, would you?
Because I think if you go into vision here. Yeah, seem to be going out of the zone.
Ah, got him.
Mamma mia, get up. Ciao,
Big tool, man, big strong hands.
You need to steal from him.
Don't you have a poor
Theft successful. Crash the party.
Yeah.
Now that I can do.
You'll not find fairer
Now that
prices
is
than
the
these.
auditory way.
Yeah. It's,
My repair bills are getting quite expensive.
yeah. I mean, not so expensive that I'm not going to pay them, but...
Yeah, it just seems... Yeah, so I will get a couple of bullets.
You'll be well satisfied. I know it.
And of course, it's just 15 minutes long and a montage of James Bond getting annoyed at airport customs, going shopping, trying to convince a girl from a department store to go to an S&M club with him, going to the zoo, realising there is no reptile enclosure and getting fed up with his life, and of course the cinema-changing omelette-eating scene. It certainly would be something to behold. A faithful adaptation of 007 in New York.
Or a faithful adaptation of any of the James Bond books.
Oh,
given that,
good lord.
Yeah, Man with the Golden Gun, there was an assumption that's MI6 or MI5 that Scaramanga was gay because he couldn't whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
And
Bond
also,
does also actually seek out therapy in the books.
Yeah. And also, the books suggest, I'm told that Ian Fleming was like super racist, like even for 1950s. Oh wait, no! I thought that was.
Talk to the guard.
Oh right, okay.
That's my assumption, anyway.
No, that doesn't seem to be it.
Might be a thing on the ceiling, on the roof.
Perhaps. More that his character was a realistic portrayal of spies he knew who were.
Bond is predominantly based upon Christopher Lee. That's by Fleming's own words.
Oh, it wouldn't be.
It's Christopher Lee and his own experiences on most of Bond.
So I think it would be more Ian Fleming, because Christopher Lee, whatever else you might say about the man, did not strike me as racist. Am I supposed to kill him?
I don't know. Give it a try, see if that does anything.
No.
Try going forwards again. I think it's bugged. You might have to desynchronize and then let it start again from the last save point.
Oh, that's a bug on it. Okay, well. The whole thing was realistically portraying how messed up people who had limited life to live and who killed for a living would be. Huh. Okay,
There's a group of them.
That's more than there was.
Buonasera, signore.
Oh, there was indeed a glitch.
Yes.
Really? Do you think you could try being a little more careful, pezzo d'idiota?
We made it.
Are you drunk?
Marco is on a boat, just offshore. He's set to make a speech in a few minutes.
Use my girls until then.
Oh my!
Stay out of sight.
Move with them to stay out of sight. And Ezio's just sort of going, no. Well, yes, I will move with them. It'll be a bit different. Okay, move to the next one. At the same time, I'm sad, Bond also actively seeks out therapy to deal with his issues. He's in a couple of the novels, including in response to the death of the one he marries. Yeah, you just need to get into a group of courtesans.
Yeah, I couldn't see another one after the first one. I'm sure there was one, I'm just not very good at spotting things, but...
Yeah, so try and stay in the first. Okay, you're not actually in Eagle Vision. That's sort of there's a group.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would have been fascinating if that came up in the movies.
Yeah, it would have been. But instead they decided to go with replace George Lazenby and it's all fine.
Well, George Lazenby was the one that left, as I understand it, but also I'm going to hire them.
They've got to stay hidden with the girls, and it's swiftly running out of because of the number of soldiers about. We've only got 2 left. But it's sure is sort of like, well, within Ezio's wheelhouse, dealing with 2 maidens.
You know what? This will help me remain anonymous.
And hiding in hay.
Yeah.
That's also in Ezio's wheelhouse. For many an angry husband.
Signore e signori, I present to you the beloved Doge of Venezia.
Wow.
Benvenuti.
Much address.
Welcome, my friends, to the grandest social event of the season.
Such
At
party.
peace or at war, in times of prosperity or paucity, Venezia will always have Carnival.
Merda. He's not leaving the boat.
Well, the idea is to
Swim out
I
there.
do believe you can do it just by shooting.
Be spotted right away.
Then I'll fight my way out there.
Wait.
Tonight, we celebrate what makes
Courtesans.
us great. How bright our lights shine over the world.
That's it. Your pistola. The one you stopped the murderer with. It's as loud as those explosions. Time it right, and you'll walk out of here unnoticed.
I like the way you think, sister.
I'll be waiting for you back at the Brothel, my son.
We all know we have come through troubled times, but we have come through them together, and Venezia stands a stronger city for it. Transitions of power are difficult for all, but we have weathered the shift with great...
Oh, I only dodged for a day.
It's too soon. I'm not ready.
We rarely
I caught
are.
the crystal ball at the
Che la
Majestic
morte
Hotel
non
at the
sia
social event of the
crudele.
season.
Requiescat
No,
in
no,
pace.
it's the ball that Jareth, the Goblin King, hosts at the end of Labyrinth. That's the event of the season.
Escape the party. I mean, there's a lot of innocent bystanders here.
I'm sure Ezio was exits from the party.
Yep. Oh.
Ah, there's all the rocks.
Okay, my trying to run away was the kindness.
Yes, you might. We probably should have invested in some more medicine before that. Actually, that was following you as being lost. Oh no, we've lost the lovely ladies. We've also lost sight of whatever the hell's going on.
Oh, that's brutal. Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Just casually push him down. Oh, you killed him by hitting him in the big toe with the axe. Yeah, you can counter when you have one of their weapons, but you can't when you have one of your standard ones.
But you can when you have no weapon at all.
You can disarm, which is different to countering.
Yeah.
But you can't actually counter normally.
Nah. Would appear not. I have a solution to lots of innocent bystanders obstructing your escape route, but I don't think you'd like it.
I don't think the game would like it either.
I have a solution, but it's a felony. brawl where multiple men are dismembered. I'll strike up the band.
We know, it's just sort of like, oh yes, we've been hired to play this wedding. Lorraine's a caster. This seems a bit of a strange choice.
Yeah.
Just gonna sit here a bit, admire the fireworks.
Yeah.
Yes. HK-47 solution. Much death. Exterminate all meat bags. Just gonna swim into the open sea.
Yeah.
That'll get me out of the party.
Excuse me, senor.
Excuse me, can I borrow your gondola?
There aren't going to be any fireworks. And here we go.
So, I don't think we can pilot that gondola. That's got treasure in it, that's it.
Yeah. 150 florins. Mere peanuts.
Yeah. Now we could also start tearing down some posters, as we are fully notorious.
Ah, yes. Having ditched the mask.
Don't think it's the mask that's given us away.
Break something.
Let's be utterly honest.
Yeah.
Why are you up here? Leave! Get down! Order!
Oh yeah, I've not been able to locate the one here yet.
What's here?
More around here.
Haven't I seen
Ah, there it
Oh,
is.
there it is. Oh.
Goodness, it was
Oh, I have a target area to get to.
Yeah.
How do you do that? How does he do that?
Oh, God. No. Oh.
You took no damage from that. I would have died.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand how that happened.
You probably remember the accidentally hit the button that causes you to roll at the end and therefore take less damage. I do not.
Yeah, there's a viewpoint here to synchronize. We might as well get it. Who was viewing the poster from way up there? Yeah, we've been asking that question since we started this game.
Yeah, like we have said multiple times that there's a... Like, I've called out specifically when we see one at ground level, like it's some form of mirror.
Yeah, it's a genuinely notable event when you find a poster that someone might see. Don't stop shooting me! Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
That's the other way around, yeah.
And he shouldn't be able to hit me from there.
Stop blowing holes in my ship, to quote Captain Jack.
Yeah. Gondola hovercraft.
Looks a bit like Moon Knight.
Yeah.
That's sad.
He does a bit.
Yeah, he's as mad as Moon Knight. That should have definitely taken his head off.
Yeah. Ah, my pride.
Yeah, that's where Cell, Perfect Cell hit Vegeta.
Yeah.
I've expected so.
Ah, yes, that is a particularly good poster.
You can
Yeah,
barely see it. Okay, you are now incognito, alright.
Homer? Who is this Homer?
My name
I am
is Guy
Incognito.
He looks just like that man who was on the poster on the roof of the cathedral.
You might still be in the gold mask, to be fair. Yeah, we are still in the gold mask. We do just need to go through the doorway below us.
Oh, right, okay.
Because we're going back to the prostitute nun. It's on the other side of the building.
Ah, right, okay.
What are you doing, idiot?
That's one way to stay incognito. Run into a group of girls.
Yep.
Have to gently
Directly into them.
exuberance. I like that part.
Damn it, it got our notoriety up again.
Beautifully done! Che spettacolo! A true hero!
You must be exhausted.
We're going to have our
Come,
pick of lady company
relax.
tonight.
Ah, the savior of Venezia. What can I say? Perhaps it was wrong of me to doubt so readily. Now, we'll see where all the pieces fall.
Enough of that now. You've worked hard, my son. I feel your tired body in need of comfort and succor.
But I have such aches and pains, sister. I may need a great deal of comfort and succor.
Oh dear,
Oh,
Etsy.
that can be arranged.
God.
Girls,
What do you think with literally everything?
Masquerade.
Paper faces on parade, masquerade. Hide your face so the world will never find. This seems like a good point to return back to the villa and
Collect.
yeah, collect and just get all the remaining things, and also probably end the stream because we are post 4 hours.
Oh, right.
Early past 4 hours, but past 4 hours nonetheless. And I do believe there's a fast travel point nearby.
1486. What year was it before?
1486.
Ah, right.
Because some time has passed. And we're on the bridge now. That is distinctly unhelpful.
Yep. I also am not able to move.
Ezio, Ezio. Ser Antonio wishes to speak with you.
Well, it
Grazie
can
for the
bloody well
message.
wait.
I think we might have to do that first, however. Or not. Oh no, it's an exclamation mark, so we're not in a quest.
Okay.
You want to rob some Templars? I've marked the arsenal on your map. It's some kind of Templar base, so there's going to be all kinds of loot in there.
To the right.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, gotcha. I will at least check the stores on stream after collecting.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we've got any swanky new kit.
Yes, because we need one more piece for our metal armor, and we might be able to get a bit for our a pouch for more bullets.
Damn right, 4 hours have passed since you started this stream.
Means we're probably approaching 4.5 hours on Discord.
Yeah. Travelers in 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get this done in that time.
Yes. Okay. First, we collect money. Then we put the more codex pages up. Because we've got a couple more.
Yeah.
Also, we need to see Leonardo as we have another one to translate, but we'll deal with that next time.
Yeah.
Then we raid the shops.
Okay. Come on.
I'm going to gently push the money. And oh yes, it just got up to the full amount, so
49,000 florins.
Yes. The fact is, we could buy an estate like this for the amount of florins we're carrying, with it being more advanced than what we're at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we also could repair stuff and get all. Let's just get all the fiddly minutiae.
Prices I have for you.
Repair. Oh. Armor.
Yes.
Ah, the pauldrons.
Yeah. So we've now got the fanciest stuff, the armor.
Yep. Weapons. Sword of Altair.
Altair. That's the best.
42,500 florins.
Not even the amount we just received. Nothing there.
Okay, ammunition. Well, we'll need a bullet.
We don't need anything else. Because we haven't used any of them.
Come and see me next to pass this way.
Now, seamstress next door.
Large poison vial. Oh yeah, I need to visit.
Looks like we don't get any more bullets.
Yeah.
So we now need to
Victory
get
lies
back.
in preparation. Get all hidden blades, item pouches, and armor upgrades for Ezio. Huh. Okay, okay. Art store.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. No, nothing new.
Perhaps another time. Ciao.
And medic.
Yeah, we need to get a lot of medicines back. Yeah, just bought the one there.
Yep.
No poison.
Poison running through my veins.
That's better for now. But prevention is the best
We
cure.
have the sword of Altair.
Indeed.
And it's, yeah, so we've got that. And we've got
The full set of armor.
yeah, the full set of armor, the last one we can buy, so
Oh, codex pages. We didn't do that.
yeah. And then leaving it there. There's a couple of Assassin's Tombs we need to do off screen.
Yep, I'll make sure to get those done.
And I think that will get the last of them.
Oh,
maybe.
wrong. No, it
No,
wasn't the
it
wrong
can
way.
get in there.
Now, what do you actually do?
Interact circle.
Okay.
Okay. And there. We are missing... I want to say 7.
Yeah,
can
well,
check
let's
on the
check
book.
the book.
Salute, Claudia.
You here to look at the book?
Collections.
Looks like you got 1 minute left. 86% completion.
Yeah, collections, we need 7.
Yep. All models
Oh.
collect.
Yeah, all models collected, which I think go outside.
Yeah,
Anyway, we'll deal with that later.
yeah. Codex pages. Yep, we need 7 left. Yep. Okay, and that that's what I call a stream.
Okay.
Okay. So thanks for joining us, everyone who did. Dan, thanks for being here. It was great.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And we will see you next Sunday.
See you next time.